see what is happening. Over here, the crowd seems not to be so much. If you go to the Akwatia Lawrence station, you see the crowd massing up because that place appears to be a bigger place with many more electors expected to cast their vote. That is where we perceive that morning fight between Azoka and then also that of the NPP vice chair. So as it stands right now, polls have closed at this place where I am. I can count 1, 2, 3 police stations. They've all come to an end, and nobody is being admitted to cast their ballot.
Very well, Armstrong, you keep an eye on events there. We'll connect with you once again. Joseph Armstrong Goldalogbe joined us from Akwatia. Earlier was Christian Yale, who also joined us from the Takrasi Dare background. You can tell from where Joseph is, as he has shown us, polls have closed, sorting has begun, which means that we'll be on the grounds a lot. Alfred and Blay will join me, taking us to the grounds a lot as we bring you those provisional results. But right now, as is officially known, polls have closed. Now, remember that there are certain places that polls didn't start at exactly 7 p.m. They would add that extra time. Also, if you're still in line, you'll be allowed to vote. So until the last person has voted, wherever they are in line at this time, at the time polls officially close, then, we can't know the results, or sorting cannot, take place in those areas. But there's so much to talk about, gentlemen. And Mr. Dankwa, you've been so quiet, so let's come to you a little bit. You can hear from the ground. They say you have to give them money or they won't vote. I wonder how widespread this is. Did this appear in your polls at all?
No, we didn't ask those questions today. Unfortunately, we've done that in the past in Asenov because it was very obvious and evident long before the election day. We didn't see that early enough for us to test it. But it wouldn't surprise me. These people don't keep surprising us, politicians. Once they want to win, they will do everything that they need to do to win. But it's still unfortunate if it's happening. Very sad to hear that.
I see. And then we've seen very low numbers. We hinted at that earlier.
In some places.
In some places. Let's talk about those low numbers, right? And what the impact could be at the end of counting.
Look, it depends on where the low turnout is happening. If you are a Sumedu of MPP, you don't want low turnout in Wenchi. You don't want low turnout in Akwatia. You don't want low turnout in Apnaman or Bodua East. These are the areas you should not be seeing low numbers. Now, if NDC is able to rack its numbers elsewhere, then that could be a problem. So we need to know where the low numbers are coming from. If you hear the gentleman, your colleague on Takrasi, that's where the MP comes from. That place seems to be very, very high turnout in one of the polling stations. Now, that's what we need to watch, individual polling stations or electoral areas, and what the turnouts are in those areas.
Could Takrasi be a decider in this election, or it will be Wenchi?
It will be helpful, but Wenchi will be a very crucial decider in terms of the numbers that come from there and the margin of winning for MPP candidate in Wenchi. And so too is Bodua East. Bodua East is a strong MPP area, and they must win there and win handsomely. Akwatia, they win here and there. Some of the areas in Akwatia can be won closely, others. But it is very important that they do well in where they're supposed to do well. In Bodua West, where NDC normally wins, we have to see the winning margin there as well. And Apnamai, which is my hometown, a very crucial electoral area in Akwatia. If it comes with a lower turnout, then the margin of win really could be a problem. So we need to see the figures as they come through.
I'm going to come back to you and we'll learn what the big wins could be for the NDC as well, or the areas that you may consider, win points or safe points for polling stations also for the NDC. But Dr. Santiotre, you heard from the ground. I mean, we've talked about how developments are important to the people. We know that in the last few days or over the last week, some graders have arrived in town, grading roads and the likes. I wonder what you make of this. Disappointed?
Using development project to bait voters?
Yes.
Well, it has become part and parcel of by-elections throughout.
You don't have any condemnation for it?
Oh, you see, as far as the people are concerned, right, they are seeing some development. But one way or the other, the question they will be asking themselves is, so if you could do this, why have you delayed all this while? Those are the cynics, right? Those who are motivated by cynicism to ask such questions. Because I listened to some guys who were interviewed. They said they have made up their mind, so it is not about. They said, okay, this is a 5-kilometer road, and they can see that you're only doing 1 kilometer. Is it the case that when they are done, you continue? Well, whether they are able to continue or not, they have already made up their minds. So out of 4 people that were interviewed, 1 was positive about the fact that, you know, the LDC government appears to be ready to bring development. And so for them, Akwatia is turning green. Then the other 3, I think the other 2 spoke in such a way that you could see that they were against the green. But my question is, out of this cynicism, I asked myself, when did you notice that your roads were bad? Is it the case that your roads have become bad within 8 months? Or because some of them said that they have been deprived of developmental project. So I have argued that if developmental project is one of the key motivating factors, then it will rather go against the MPP, not the NDC, because they will count the 8 years, right? The 8 years that you spend that you did not give them those infrastructure development. And then somebody has spent 8 months and is giving that to you. It may be cynical. Is trying to motivate you to vote for that member. Others may read in between the lines to say, well, that is positive after all. We never had roads. So we saw what
East and a half.
Right? You know, overnight they
from a common locality. And we organize so I'm by support to this by-election. To be in one more year, will be bodyguard. Their party officers.
Mate, it's honorable colleagues that and what me a clear I dream be an and for one watch him where they are honorable. So far, election ye fear na pa, but be a waba pro a call, and it when she knew when she had a waba abepi, then I will be.
Oh, Bibia so come out. Then TVB. Basabia, tea, to say, a baby, if you manago on Yakai, the Quan say, NDC candidate will be winning, and one thing about a better city.
Did you know how of them this will winning? Now shall be winning by
me, family more than 100%. Yabachi. Numbers in the baby win the minimum, but we need the sit in the agenda. And upon I'm sure we want them who say, Afa.
Who say NPP sorry NDC a Juma and to know who say and on a better reflect
we missing no Afa. Because Nipa na woman no almost percent NDC and be winning. 1% NDC candidate and
until we can find proper competition, we'll just have to keep outdoing ourselves. The versatile Gracale, the fastest luxury SUV in its class. The iconic Gran Turismo, the most powerful model yet. The audacious MC20 Cielo, the 621 horsepower heaven-sent supercar. Discover your best in one of our best from the all-new Maserati showroom.
And I no Eddie and Comono. Now, what shall say, say, no, I and I would me say, Obia. I a crowd papa. Try say easy. I bet me I shall not was sorted a banana working kind. Na young who like so no. ewo vemo no enti no wo hwe de ekoso sesi ya car bi na awura mu VATB na awura mu ne se apostifo no edi America eko eho no no every say wo hwe se de wo maye ha no mu se sesi ya na car bia eni ho kwan ese obewura mu na emomo no we mu na timi awura mu wo ewo mu no me hwe wo mu yi a wo mo eye asojafo na wo mo drive soja ni na drive na ni nua ba ko soja ni eso so no ete ne nchai na wo mo atimi awura mu police barricade na ewo ho no mo no wo mo atimi awura mu e de aba biaye a wo mo sorte aba no mo hwe akenkan ye no ne nam so ma posifo di mirika akọ eho no mo a wo mo hwe se wo mo ebetimi aye na wo mo no mo akasa no mo atimi ayi ka no e de afi ofri se ba bi aduru no ye beka ne se eye critical point pa na aduru no etinu obi a ani eda ho no ma wo mo hwe se bibia ebetimi akọ ne kwan so na aye kama pa na esan se ye ne NDC empanifo bebre na akasa entine ye hu se NPP National Youth Organizer eso no ewo ha say ye ntwempri no na ye nhwe se ye betimi ene no adi enkomo kakra bi na ye nya no fi se ba bi adru ha no mu say ne do ye beka ne se anibre na aba pa no enti honorable wadaroma ye ma wakwa aba se sei abato ni nyina aba na wie ya ene sa ye beka den na wo e de ekafa ho ne den po na we expect.
That's I think. Oh, okay. TV3. TV3. TV3 for. TV3.
Ah, yeah, you near TV. You were live.
Oh, maybe process where now yakasa. Sisi adia, mama mi. Right.
Okay. Yati asie. Honorable say on kasa yewia na ye wia obechire mu de eko bia no one yen ebe kasa yati asie sa pepepe eti no NDC for akasa ya try say benya NPP side na so no mo say wo mo twen kakra yati asie eti no wo mo eda so a di edwuma honorable say that
Tension afa wo mo.
Eti who ni say no ntina
Tension afa wo mo.
Eti Honorable Collins Dauda eno no osusu se NPP penia woni ye anka say tension ena afa no na bibia enam na kwan so ewo eha no mu say kama pa ye hwe se wo mo observe no so no ye hwe se ye ni bi ebetimi akasa we de okay me nua be ma oni activist ne ye ma wakaba okay say bibia na wie ya enesa ujira ha wo expected that yankasa
oh asumje na ye ba afita no pa na ye ba hwe bambo no se no mosia abo amanfo ban e de abedu anwumre ye twen se on be kan aba na wie na do wi ni ye no inshallah me sure say the end of the bobo 7 net say NDC lawyer at me afakunya no
ono na nyame anim de me mento aba wa ha me free kran na bae na me ba beboa se ne ye befa Akwatia city akoka ho because well hwa frama na boawie ye wura joma ama na pe seat we e di aka ho e di aye na de Akwatia fo na ye bae no mo so mo nto aba emma ejanka because papa na omode na ba mo no oni eja oni na enti omo so obi aso beto aba ma lawyer enti ye hwe se ebebo non so no na nyame ya odoma na kire se lawyer fa
okay eti de me bra pani so no ewo eka edefa ene dwumadi a ekoso ewo Akwatia eye by election empanifo etu ho na mo ehyehyeye ene dai nonum aboyi a wo mo sorte abayi ene side na utimi hunu sesesei no bibia eba na wie ya enesa na esan se bibia eba na wie ye na yedi kan ama yahwefo atimi ahunu Akwatia sadia election ho ensam etie ewa hanumu sei na titiriu wo bepie mu ewa wanchi hanumu sei ya sadia etie no enti no chese obia epese ohu de ekoso womo a womo ekofie ema ne memo mu kofie sese ye kasa womo nyina aba ya womo soso no womo ebehwe sadia adwumadie no esi ebekọ ne ntini sese ya ye kasa de ha se ye two polling centers no eyade se enipa no anya adoso ye pa ewo hanumu sei ya enye asem ketu papa. It's no ye try say ye ne ebi ebe kasa. Enti say ye hu say nkrofo e wo hanom say wo mo enkwada hye wo machinom ne ade nyina. Okay. Aben so who share about we bi. Who share bi. Okay. Okay, it's no the ekoso ewo ehanom esei eno no edromo no ewo hanom sei pa say the yaga say the sorting no eno a na egusu a yisi empanimfo na afei observers ne so nyina egina honom party agents no omo enyina ejirejina womo ehwe say the bibia ebetimi akono utimi hunu so obi kan say ni has come obia ani eda honom yie pa womo ehwe say the adwumadie no esi ekono enti Mr. Speaker wadaruma say wotemenka wo besan asomo e de amame e wo studio na bra sorting na ekoso no bibia ebe koso e wo ehanum sen bia no me cameraman Kingsley amache e wo hanum sen yi de nje say bibia ebetimi akoyie kama e de ama onua yetiefo e na afi yahwefo nyina
Election Command Center and you did a live coverage of the Akwatia by-election no nyina no at the bro na say ye ka say as you see on your screens no polls no and now ye to abani nyina no ewie na obia eniki mu Ghana about one hyehyeye enimra no say by 5 p.m. no as I say electoral officers presiding officer or polling station ho any the team ni nyina no a close polls na afei the friend sorting no etimi ehya say sorting no say box no a esi ho a yato abano dodo na ede agumo no esese yetimi ebie so na afi yehwe ni nyina no ede agu ho na yahwe the individual candidate any obia dia onya na yetimi ayiyi ni nyina no ede agu nchen eye after that process no ana the friend counting no ebetimi ahyase enti said the sapoma ede report no ede emaye no say ohwe wo screen so abehu say edom no dodo na no efrase a wo mo efri o mo fiefie mo aba eye the respective polling stations na afei wo mo aba behwe say sorting no any counting processes ni nyina no ebetimi akoso said the emra no etimi etie now quite interestingly no ehase say yankakra the 119 polling stations ni nyina no ebe go through this particular processes na afei entoankosi se emo nonsia nkosi nonson no na polling stations ni nyina no aye counting no ewie na ye de madu nyina no akwakopie mu ewo the collation center eho DC will lead by 2.7 margin difference. It is expected say lawyer Bediako ebe winning with some 53% as predicted by Global Info Analytics. Enti mamintio on eno surely now
however eno enye to say that is the final thing that would happen.
Okay.
I mean, it is a research work.
Yes.
You pull and away. It could be plus.
Okay.
I mean, it is a research work.
Yes.
You pull and away. It could be plus or minus. There was one other thing we're discussing and saying your call.
Okay.
I mean, it is a research work.
Yes.
You pull and away. It could be plus or minus. There was one other thing we're discussing and saying your call interview. So we were talking about the low voter turnout.
Yeah.
You see a point, I'm a bill, sir. Woman to remember to abandon. The low voter turnout.
Yeah.
You see a point, I'm a bill, sir. Woman to remember to abandon. You see a point, I'm a bill, sir. Woman to remember to abandon. You find a way. So back at 2024.
But by election, Nankasakra in general, and Crawford say a waste of resources. I mean,
that argument I do not support. Because that is what the constitution says. It gives us the platform. Nenti omoka say,
Thank you very much, Sandra. I'm coming to you live from the Kotokoli Zongo in Akwatia, precisely the Voaso electoral area. This is the polling station at the old station in the Kotokoli Zongo. I'll be running you by, a few notable events that have occurred here today. But I want to engage briefly the presiding officer on duty on the process so far and what there is to know about voting so far. Good day, sir. You are live on Channel 1 TV.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, please, your name.
Albert Ejeboatin.
Albert Ejeboatin. Are you able to run us by the total number of expected voters?
Yeah, we are on it now. The total number is 453.
453. That's registered voters here.
Yes.
And how many have cast their ballot so far?
194.
194.
Yeah.
What conclusion does that draw so far as the process for today so far is concerned?
Oh, I hope by the end of the poll, everything will be okay. Yeah, we will have the successful election this term. Yeah.
But as a presiding officer, what do you make generally about the electoral process here so far?
Oh, the process is running smoothly, and our security services are also helping us. Yeah, so everything is moving all right. Yeah.
Well, the misunderstanding or care, has that in any way disrupted the process?
No, we didn't meet any mishandling anything. Yeah, so everything is going on. Yeah.
So the police presence and everything has been appreciable.
Yeah, the police are doing their best. Yeah, doing their best. Yeah.
All right, we will speak to you as the day goes by. Okay, so that's the presiding officer here at the polling station at the Kotokoli Zongo in Akwatia, precisely the old station. He says that despite the an earlier scaffold that occurred, it hadn't disrupted the process so far. Speaking of scaffold, this particular polling station has featured prominent in today's exercise. For one, the scaffold between the third national vice chairperson for the New Patriotic Party, that's Alhaji Masaudu, and then the vice chairperson for the National Democratic Congress, Chief Sofo Azoka. I mean, it's a story that has been largely circulated. Also, just as the poll opened earlier officially, the General Secretary for the New Patriotic Party, Justin Kodua, and Alexander Penyomaken, another rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, also made a stop here to, observe processes. So far, we engaged Justin Kodua, who expressed satisfaction at the time about the process so far. We'll go further to possibly engage some of the constituents, but just a few checks. This is the command center for the police in the Voaso electoral area. If the camera can't give us an aerial shot, you could see, heavy security deployment here. The police vehicle, the Black Maria that serves as a mobile cell, and other, security, other strategic positioning by the policemen. Earlier, when the scuffle or the confusion occurred, we saw that the police had brought in reinforcement just so to avert any possible recurrence of same. I want to engage some constituents and possibly voters around here on assessment of the process so far. Hi, what's your name?
Oh, my name is Aguzi Samuel.
Okay, Aguzi Samuel, you're a constituent of Akwatia.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you voted yet?
No, I'm not voting yet.
Why?
I'm waiting about 3 so that I can vote.
Why are you waiting till 3 p.m.?
Because here is our World Bank. So I'm waiting for 3 o'clock. When 3 o'clock, then I'll vote.
Is the World Bank for the party you support?
That one I can't.
Okay, no, I'm not even asking you about the party I'm not asking you about your party, but I'm asking if you say World Bank for what exactly?
When you say World Bank, you know what I'm talking about.
Okay, all right, but what's your take on the process? I'm sure you are privy to, the pockets of chaos that has occurred here at this polling station.
But your mamma Casa no Potoka says, "Never me mamma If can't retrieve."
Okay, feel free.
But you're
fairly free.
Yo, about chaos and assembly Okano. Let me say, Akwatia Kromu ana yewo no. Ya dodo ya ho. Both MPP and this party na no. Sebi party ebe to yen Kromu a. To what as here. Enti sa chaos ne ne nyoma na ekoko so Kromu ano. Let me say obi na be fi baby. E dey side na be kan wa ha. Na Akwatia na yewo no. Yenko because ye ne hu na didi ye ne hu na sire ye ne hu na kasa so what I say nti se nde wonu me wekunde na election betwe mo cha betima kasa me ho da bi betimi kasa me ho eye nkofo mu fi baabi ana mo ba be sa ntokasem no na mo ma me sene signal mo Akwatia kromu ana ye wo no ye do ye ho na ufi baabi na wo ba be koso chaos e wo kromu ho anoma bi do nyankopon e show be the friend abanza so wo ya wadwen so be koso problem wo kromu anoma
there be endru answer na ba sisi ana me pese me find it out from you say as well your constituent e wa ha otu abanso e wa ha say no de esi no ebo pusa as it intimidate you in any way
ebo mu pusa o there so
like intimidate you in any way and I say you are unfaced and found
who say yen Akwatia no duane a yedi o kromu a but emreku ye nim nti sa nwoma no ye twa eso emwae ehunhia se mekoko bomunyo no bekokoto fo no obekoko wu ochina na me makoko nya asem no de ehunhia so what I say
me ne bi mo si diri kan e kasa yo mo say omo pese ye tu omo answer no makoto aba
emi say ye no kure je say no Ghana politics na say penifo na say politics no because first na ntisa but je say no obi ho a oji sika ansa na wakokoto ba because ohunu say so wini na okọ a ohunu omboa ne biem nti oji sika ansa na wakokoto ba na so advice bi a me de be ma menua no YouTube no ani say me pa mo cho bebre Akwatia kromu ano ya kechire e wo development no sebi kromu ana ye wo no development say wo tikuro na say okuro no nkoso a wo tikuro mu no wo so nko wanim ewiase so ko nanim sebi mo boy mo hwe lolo kwan ne nyoma wo kromu ha ne che say bibia e bo so ha money area pa you to know kromu no bia ne adwuma ye so what I say enti sisi ane de development ane ye hwehwe say ye Akwatia kromu ano ye beko yenim na bibia ye ne se na be ya Akwatiafo nkola ne nan mpenfo oba mbema ne no bia benya adwuma de aye sisi e masa wo nya adwuma anya wo be de didi bible so kire say ye fa ye nsa nya adwuma ne ndidi se wo fa nsa nya adwuma so ndidi a wo be da ko didi enti sisi ano ye pese mpuntuo ani development e ba Akwatia kromo because ya kechire Akwatia kro nya Akwatia eni edi nketo wo tie di Akwatia na e so pa ko achire na so ba kro ni ma hwe nko okro ni adwuma san bibie ni wakoso Akwatia kromo a enti ye hia development e Akwatia kromo a se say ya brand bibi ya brand sa anwoma ni na we want development in our constituency here we want development because you see ano ya ntwem biem so what I say
okay yo yeah that's patrol din biem
made this ame to we do not from to go one yeah development and you should chira kwa
right development and Same a constituent of Akwatia will say so without mentioning words. Well, in case you may have missed it, I'm still coming to you live from the Kotokoli Zango in Akwatia, precisely the old station where one of the polling stations have been, created. There are two centers here at this polling station, A and B, and also the polling station precisely within the Vawaso electoral area serves as the command center for the Ghana Police Service. I mean, it's been relatively calm despite the pocket of chaos that has been recorded. But thankfully, the presiding officer we spoke to earlier mentioned that the chaos has not in any way disrupted process so far, and then he's hoping that it will end as such for a peaceful outcome at the end of the day. We would inch closer to some more constituents to possibly engage them, but it's the atmosphere is really telling. It's a big day for constituents here in Akwatia, and one that will definitely go down as a pivotal moment in the political history of the constituency. I mean, one of the constituents that we spoke to earlier mentioned that despite Akwatia's, rich mineral, the Akwatia has been endowed with rich minerals and other natural resources. They still wallow in poverty. Socio-economic development in this constituency is nothing to write home about. And so for them as voters, that is going to be a major deciding factor, and they've also pledged to peace. They are saying that Akwatia is a tightly knit constituency. They live in harmony, in tranquility, and they do not have intentions of fomenting violence. They've accused non-constituents of fomenting the violence within, some identified polling stations. Let me possibly get closer and see if I could engage Samo constituent. Pacho, good afternoon, Poppy.
Good afternoon.
Nam Pacho Bibiaboko.
Yamiadumo.
Pacho say Akwatia here now to our Poppy.
Pacho
na Poppy Pacho wait abandon when you
Pacho mato.
Wato na process net is saying.
Oh, me there, mame. Mame.
Na Poppy usha environment no. Usha and that come usen kofu bebre aba kroma e ha ye busy pan na wadwe nkyere wo ho ne die.
Oh, ma ju chance say nya ye ba say be o manu na your man ajo ne pemputu enyamputu okronum
na Papi why penny wo ekrom ha de minim say wato aba for some number of years e wa Akwatia ha na o hwe de wato dadane de ende ekoso a nsunsuanye be na wom comparing any elections are happening in Akwatia no in the past.
Oh, ni nyina ye na momu no we na chese ko se police for na abamu bebre na mo ne tu bia no minimini se eya somdwe abato ne eto amopia
Na Papi this na me di kankan se be wo ye panyin pa na wetimi abomodin aba beto aba kama as timemuni enso so no ye nkofo bi a young ones omo de omo say abato na inform ho omo de obedi bi inform ho omo participate e de na wo kafa ho
o media abato no me to no me to jama okro no mputu se de be ya okro no be koso temi de mi wa shim se me to amopia
na wo mo pese mo beto aba na de efutu be na wo de ma wo mo
wo muntu aba no wo se wa register no wo aba to card ni kwa de se okoto aba en se o kase me nto na wo na nto aba no wo nyambuto okronum
that in bacho odin ni bi o bacho odin this
Godfrey Dugba.
Okay, okay, Godfrey Dugba is also a constituent.
29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 67, sorry, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Fatai boom. Fatai boom. Na fatua.
So once they've counted up to 100, they tie those ballot papers before they begin counting the rest of the ballot papers. This is still for the NPP's parliamentary candidate, Solomon Esumedu. So he continues from 101.
That is 101. 2, 102. 3, 103. 4, 104. 5, 105. 6, 7.
And so counting is over for the NPP's parliamentary candidate at the Takoradi Deba Grounds polling station, where Solomon Esumedu has polled 107 ballots out of 581. And very shortly, they will move to count that of the NDC's parliamentary candidate. They do that in order of their position on the ballot paper. And so NPP comes first before the NDC's candidate would follow. And so once the counting is done for the NPP parliamentary candidate, they'll move to the NDC's candidate. This is the Deba Grounds polling station at Takoradi. And Solomon Esumedu has polled 107 votes out of the 581 voters. And very shortly, the NDC's parliamentary candidate, the presiding officer, is just about to begin counting for Bernard Bediako Bedu, the NDC's parliamentary candidate. So we go to pick the feet from the counting.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18,
Meet Endy Petit, the new kids collection from Endy, thoughtfully made for little sleepers. The same Endy comfort you know and trust. Cozy and colorful styles they'll love. To mix, match, and let imagination take the lead. Made to grow with them. Supporting every dream along the way. Sleep better, shine brighter with Petit. Explore the full collection at endy.com.
$33, $34, $35, $36, $37, $38, $39, $40, $41, $42, $43, $44, $45, $46, $47, $48, $49, $50, $51, $52, $53, $54, $55, $56, $57, $58, $59, $60, $61, $62, $63, $64, $65, $66, $67, $68, $69, $70, $71, $72, $73, $74, $75, $76, $77, $78, $79, $80, $81, $82, $83, $84, $85, $86, $87, $88, $89, $90, $91, $92, $93, $94, $95, $96, $97, $98, $99, $100.
Let's take you back to Takrasi.
45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 60.
All right, and so the counting is just ended here at the Takorase Deba grounds. Let me briefly run you through the numbers for here. The total expected voters are 581, and then at the last counting by the Electoral Commission's presiding officer, the NPP's Solomon Esumedu had 107, and then you have the NDC's Bernard Bediako poll about 293, and so those are the figures. So Bernard Bediako has 293, and then you have NBP Solomon Asumedu have 107, and then the total expected voters are 581. I can say that it is all jubilation here. It is all jubilation here, and you can understand it also because
I said, Kweku counting no eshas here no eniema atodin utie the NDC polling agent I mean Sapoma any di nkomona even though the polling station there results now nkwa no, but wafani so cool, wafani easy say I mean part of the election.
Yeah, and I mean, I say, in Crofire analysis, and I'm who say no. This is the who say guy not or Casano, police agent Nicasano.
Yes.
A previous
result, no.
Previous result. No. Yes, I was just opposing with the current
one.
And man confidence be so. Oh, if say na nema be cost dia.
And he was able to tell say in the previous election no NPP appreciating numbers in terms of that particular police station. But and then you know NPP are dropping in terms of result in 2024. Ama NDC there no etimi apija in that polling station.
Great. So and only asema ye kano be say trend be cause that because if you result be depreciated to the extent of about 100 votes, over 100 votes. Because 298 against 192 now about over 100 votes. Now omudia na to be and to me and cost through deal by 100 but enusu epeja at least close to 40 votes and I say 45
over over 70 something.
Close. So the leftover no bet me I can say and we the low turnout now another voter suppression na ye can want them. But there Kwame Eka no I agree with him perfectly. Say yes, it's early days yet to mean at least about 60% of the police stations no ever out now say na trend be cordia and yeah we bet to me I predict what I say so it is because say the prediction is difficult for some of us now because Akwatia has been a swing constituency for all these years. Behind him say like here kind 6 against 5 it has been a swing constituency either going for MPP and I say going for NDC but there's something unique. But me, I know predicting say, Ushe all the time I ever call a by election, the by election result goes to incumbent government, party in power. It is only the only time MP be a bar, a friend say, Akwatia or buy with a different political party MP with a party in power. You now we and say yeah NSL on to me bar during the time of NDC and I walk. And so this particular election say it means exact comma NDC and I just say the trend continues. The trend continues. And but so far so good, like, surprising and also surprising to me say the way I come there I think say but at the end of the day no at the end of the day per se Bokoko say no matter what direction this election will go, we are still appealing to the police that they should do everything possible to keep Akwatia safe for us.
To keep Akwatia safe.
Yeah, Nukofa Mugu Akwatia say every abonti eba Akwatia. Omudo so say one Akwatia. Even the number of police we say 5,000 policemen. Police for 5,000. Now omo free other regions eba NDC, MPP supporters eba no. Omudo also say Akwatia for and see whatever they will do to keep the people of Akwatia safe. This is on their land that we are having this election, and their safety is our concern.
Okay. Kwame Mamimra was so now you better wrap it up now. Yansu sorry now the next team no etimi abba. But Adiaba Kobi ayami wanwa kakra na misusu say Friday ye di NSC akomi 1 week right? Ewa Akwatia. Oshe the see I know said date on which you see somebody 1 week and was very deliberate. Few days to the election time and our period. But it looks as if a sympathy vote no answer that and play out so well in this particular election.
Well, like I say, both political parties they have their own strategy on the course of election way.
Okay.
Don't forget said within this week the NDC also inaugurated was it DVLA office in Akwatia. So both political parties no be trying the possible best say obenya the sympathy from the electorate ahead of this by-election.
Also, Dr. Baomi, I was saying NDC for the man pressure
because of court issues not up and down. And MPP in social here who said no, nipa no who yache. To see 40 days there, young fan share this time. Then it to create the awareness for the constituents to know say this time round we are close to the election. No one who say yeah this year yeah parliamentary yeah parliamentarian and a film into ebema amount for no ayede ati bibi say na ebe koso amount for betumi agina so ato abamom. In that same vein NDC so ehu ne se baby edru no e was say ye we edeboa na ye inaugurate office no na e amount for ne say we are bringing development to the other states. Enti akoye strategy besepani ko nyina haban yes ye tase no bi nansafom because omumi enu nyina no obi a wo adwemu pa what they echo and obia de men can say a bad because obia was strategy or they call elections mu say wo call election without a strategy wo san ye kra nke
okay
untumi nsori prekope na nko obia wo kwan ofa so winning elections titru ene ye main political parties ye NDC ne nua MPP said you win your elections e wo ha enti we na tena se hu say no yen ena MP na na ote so a wafrim no yen ye amanyuku ba enti ye ne sei ne edi na wotweda na ase 40 days ne sei a ebetumi aboa ama manfo ato aba amaye we nso hu ne sei no Ghana ni bie kasa fa mpuntuo ho obi pe development e wo ne area ne constituency enti ye ne ye nya ne den ebi ne akwan a omutwa so ne ade for all you know it could be say it's in the plan say omobeye sa akwan but strategically obetena se atwen ye hu say ma menya ne this time then I'll be able to tell the people say okay say you know mo kwan ye yesiesie ama moto aba edema ye candidate ema ne ba parliament he can lobby more and you get more of this and as even more than this
okay
ya inaugurated DVL office though it could be started from the previous administration but ya hwan breso na ya inaugurated ye wo be kwa akoye no agye ne shine enti omumienu nyina no ewo trimopo bi a omode course elections we mu a it's up to the electorate to decide say yeah the ekobe nkuma na nifa say omuwe the two strategies na abe to omanim na they will decide say okay me hwe we dey na oh ye dey fine me hwe we dey na okay mpuntu dey fine then they will decide on where to cast their vote and who they will cast their vote to.
Okay.
Speaker.
Go so just 1 minute. You wrap it up now. You sorry now. You hand you over the next team. No.
Speaker, actually now, me person me comment me on the former vice president state comment now. Yeah, we say where we find ourselves as a coalition of states against political vigilantism and violence extremism. There are things you speak about which are to me a trigger violence, a trigger emotions into other things. Where ye work room has it. Ye who's nema jachikwesi FM. How many months jachikwesi a court? In fact, to the extent say some of the things I don't even want to talk about them here. I mean, nema come parliament at a point in time. They said you have to smuggle him into parliament. Sometimes they have to be at court and the whole. I mean, all kinds of things for so many months. Yeah, the number of months President Mahama is spending our court 2012 elections, a more result for 8 months and over. And she said, "Oh, guys, will be echo elections now because election about to move some echo court in Tino and nipanenya." Depression,
yes,
and that's a pressure. How do we? That is not a comment that should be coming from a former vice president.
Okay,
because here, former vice president, on one side, one court, dance or court,
very well,
and yeah, dance or court, and yeah, elections,
very well. Well, we have to leave it here now. So it's 7 minutes after 6 minutes. The Kwame appear could be now free. We are no eba besi no nsia ana yene watna ewo your election command center so ewo Onua FM ana afi Onua TV. Iben Kweku Fenuku national director edema the coalition of CSOs against political vigilantism. We obeboa and my very own colleague Kwame Asante plus Mark Ewusi of Election Watch Ghana and ni I member of the NDC's communication team and paying for 9 and a free area ebabesi enumre one more eboa ema yedi conversation no ni nyina no edebro yeja na ya sorry so na yenua no ma aka no aba beto so kosi se ye be declare result no Kwame yedi asi enti ya sorry so na one more to us
we check your phone so ma send you niam bi na
niam me
aha kwa ho say me careful me cause it's early days here enti we dey ya fancy na here
okay. We did a Kwame appear could be Mr. Speaker. Highly grateful for your time. And team Akano to us. So I don't yenia or china menu beshia ewo Onua yensempa jumedie so ewo radio so. Yabasi here.
Who sent you there?
It's King Tech.
Who sent you there? Akwatia police on the line was cooking, man. Sometimes if you trust someone, love don't cost a dime. If the right thing you do, why you go hit?
This particular area, the Takrase area, it tells a clear story of Bernard Bedo's dominance there. And in the Takrase Deba grounds, the Solomon Asmedu of the NPP polls some 167 of the valid vote cast as against Bernard Bedu of the NDC 293. The same story in the Takrase Town Mosque polling station. The NPP Solomon Asmedu polled 90, Bernard Bedu polled 230 as the rejected ballots 2. In Takrase Methodist, Solomon Asmedu polled 84, Bernard Bedu 162. And let's cross over now to New Wenchi, because New Wenchi polling station has, the New Wenchi police station has 2 polling stations located at the police station in New Wenchi. And George Quaining is our man there. Now, George, we understand that the New Wenchi police station, polling station, A and B results have been declared by the Electoral Commission officer there at the polling station. What does the result say?
Yeah, thank you so much, Alfred, for having me. A very good evening. We're coming to you live from the New Wenchi police stations A and B. And so after 10 hours of vigorous voting, the exercise has finally come to an end. And so as you rightly mentioned, there are 2 polling stations. We have A and B. And so A has total voters of 445 and B has 444. So let me just run by the outcome of this very exercise. And so for A, so the total valid votes were 235, and the NDC's Bernard Bedu polled 79, and the MPP Solomon Suedu polled 156, LPG 0, rejected ballots 3. And so at polling station A, the MPP won. Let me just run by you that of the B. So B, total voters are 444, and total valid votes were 244, and the NDC polled 83, and the MPP 161, and LPG polled 0, rejected ballots 3. So also at B, the MPP won. And there's some sort of excitement here, and I would want to just engage some of the constituents to let you know what they feel about the outcome of this very election. And so there are some few gentlemen gathered here. Very good evening, guys. You're live on TV3. You're live on TV3. I know some of voted here. These guys voted here, and the outcome is out. The MPP has won for A and B. Who is saying? How do you feel? Highest strong. And so no matter what you do, MPP will still win this place. Other places, in fact, this year, a vote, a drop here. Total turnout, so a drop here, and a percentage is a drop here. So this is what I can say. So, but it's not surprised. MPP win. Yes, it's no surprise. But Chami area Bianca, I am more like NDC Anka. I be a big with you. Within Akwatia. No, Akwatia. There are places where NDC won. Yeah, okay. So that's Bredu Lorry Station B. MPP polled 111, and then the NDC polled 323. So clearly, it's a strong vote of the NDC. So until the coalition center is done with the results, we cannot really confirm whether the MPP is leading. So these are some constituents here who have also expressed some sort of confidence. They're saying that this is a stronghold of the MPP, and so it's not surprising that the MPP has won. But as you can see, the ballot boxes have been sealed by the Electoral Commission. They are conveying them to the coalition center. So we gather all of the results and give you the final verdict of this whole exercise. So there were more than 50,000 voters here at the Akwatia constituency of 120 polling stations. So the exercise is finally over. Is it going to be the NDC's Bernard Bediako or the MPP Solomon Suedu? So this is the outcome here. So the MPP won for the A and B. So let me just wrap up with him, and then I think we spoke before. So finally, after 10 years, we are done with this very exercise. And what has been your impression? So for me, I think security was tight here. Apart from that, what do you think?
Well, I think it's been well organized. Yeah. I have to give credit to the EC and to the police, particularly the manner in which they organized it. I mean, the police did not wait for anything to happen. They were very preventive. Once a motorbike comes closer, once any unauthorized person comes closer, they ask the person to stay away. And they have maintained peaceful cooperation so far. And I think our colleagues from the MPP too have behaved quite well. Apart from a few skirmishes we heard about in Akwatia and the rest, I think it's been generally peaceful. And the results coming out so far put our party in a very good position.
But I'm also seeing some results at towards the Sumedu of whatever 333, more than 333 votes for the NDC. So I think you have to relax.
Oh no, but I can appreciate also that this is an MPP stronghold. Don't forget that the diseased MP, this is his home.
Yeah.
Obviously, there will be some sympathy votes. There will be some people who still want to maintain where they stand. But of course, it's a game of balance.
Right, that's George Quening there, and at the New Wenchi Police Station polling station. So the New Wenchi Police Station polling station, there are two of them. The New Wenchi Police Station polling station A. These are the results as has been declared by the Electoral Commission officer there at the polling station. NDC's Bernard Beidou polled 79 as against the NPP's Solomon Asimedu 156. The LPG's Patrick Owusu had 0. In fact, a number of the polling stations we visited so far, the LPG is yet to register any vote at all. So we'll see how things play out. But this is the polling station A of the Wenchi Police Station. Then we have the polling station B at the New Wenchi Police Station. The NDC's Bernard Beidou 83 and Solomon Asimedu of the NPP 161. LPG 0 again. So, as we have been told, this New Wenchi area is a stronghold of the New Patriotic Party. And so it is of no surprise that we're seeing these results go in favor of the candidate that is Solomon Asimedu, the minor in this particular area. That's the New Wenchi area. Now, we're going to go straight to other areas in this particular constituency, Akwatia by-election. This is your election command center. Let's go straight to the Akwatia Lorry Station. Akwatia Lorry Station. My colleague Joseph Armstrong Gold Alogba is going to be joining us shortly for the Akwatia Lorry Station. We understand Bernard Beidou of the NDC polled 333 of the valid vote cast as against NPP Solomon Asimedu 83. These are the provisional results as have been put out at the Akwatia Lorry Station polling station. That is NDC's Bernard Beidou 333 as against Solomon Asimedu of the NPP 83. LPG 0 again. Rejected ballots 1. This is for the Akwatia Lorry Station polling station. Then we have Bwedua Lorry Station. Bwedua Lorry Station, we have the NPP candidate, that is Solomon Asimedu, 127 as against Bernard Beidou of the NDC, 282. 127 as against 282. And Kemini, Bwedua is a place where you have Musa Dankwa mentioned a number of times this particular area, Takrasi and Bwedua, that we're seeing things play out in this particular area. That's a Bwedua area. The NDC winning, that's the candidate there, having that victory based on the provisional results that we're getting from that polling station. That's the Bwedua Lorry Station polling station. The NPP candidate, that's Solomon Asimedu, 127, as against the NDC's Bernard Beidou, 282. If you fast forward and look at what's happening, for instance, and the polling, the town council hall, Akwatia Town Council Hall polling station, the NPP, Solomon Asimedu, polled some 193 of the valid vote cast as against Bernard Beidou, 154. This town council area, in the 2024 election, we saw the NPP win there with a greater margin than what we are seeing now. But the margin has actually closed a bit. Now, Bernard Beidou polled 154 as against Solomon Asimedu, 193. So just a difference about 42 thereabout. So we see as well this same trend of the gap closing up as against what happened in 2024 at a number of the polling stations. In fact, if you look at the AME Zion Church polling station, the NDC's Bernard Beidou polled 118 of the valid vote cast with the provisional results that we've gotten, plus the NPP Solomon Asimedu 107, a difference of just about 11 votes between them at the AME Zion Church. This is what we're getting now. Rejected ballots 3. Let's cross over to Joseph Armstrong Goldalogbe, who is this particular AME Zion Church polling station. He also brought us some results from the Akwatia bus station as well. Armstrong, tell us what's happening where you are. If you can unmute for me, Armstrong, and let's hear from you. Unmute for me, so we.
Meet Endy Petit, the new kids collection from Endy. The same Endy comfort you know and trust. Cozy and colorful styles they'll love. Supporting every dream along the way. Sleep better, shine brighter with Petit.
能与知心人为伴，您可以随性而行。这正是与 Allstate 保险顾问合作的好处。我们在这里聆听您的所需所想，与我们商谈您在房屋和汽车保险以及其他保障安全的需求，感受真正的自由。
For the money I share few of those footages, we can show to our viewers.
All right.
That's what is happening here now.
Joseph, we're struggling to get a clear connection of the sound to you, so rectify that so we hear you clearly. But Kemini, one thing that we're seeing quite clearly with all the polling stations we've visited so far, and the ones that we're yet to, and the response we're getting from our correspondents on the ground is that security has been beefed up. You recall the IGP, Christian Teteyono, did indicate that there's going to be some reinforcement when the sorting, counting begins. And we've seen the fully armored police personnel lined up at all of these polling stations when the counting is ongoing, before the declaration as well. We wait to see what's going to happen at the Coalition Center. That's where the final action is going to be, is it not?
Absolutely, indeed. And, you know, you were given the numbers earlier. The gentleman on this side and myself, we've been going through those numbers and see how or what trend we are seeing. But if you're here with us, we can also tell you that, you know, in the next hour or so, we'll bring you a comparative analysis of the results that are trickling in and what we have known to be the results from the previous elections. Alfred did a little bit of that, but there will be a full scale comparative analysis of these numbers. In the meantime, there's been a lot happening on the ground. There's still so much more happening. We'll continue to lace our conversations with happenings on the ground. But let me come back here into the studio. If you're just joining us, it's still our continuing coverage of the Akwatia by-election. Counting is going on, we can say, in at least 100 polling stations at this point, because we have brought you those results that have been declared in maybe about a dozen of those polling stations. We'll get you the actual numbers, but if you look at the bottom of our screen, as the numbers trickle in, our internal systems will be collating those numbers and announcing them at the bottom of the screen. But we'll also bring you those live conversations as well. Back here in the studio is Dr. Ishmael Norman, security analyst, Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otri, political analyst, and Musa Dankwa, who's trending so much on social media at this point. And we know why Musa Dankwa, because you almost always predict the outcome of elections in this country. And, you know, for those who think it's going the way the prediction was, they are already singing your praises online. But I want us to look at the numbers that have been announced so far. Any surprises in there?
Look, I mentioned earlier, even before this program, that for MPP to win, they need to rack up the numbers in Wenchi. They need to rack up the numbers in Akwatia, and the numbers in Bodia, and the numbers in Apnamai. What we have seen in Bodia is a total collapse of MPP.
Why do you say
in
that?
Bodia, we've seen the numbers that has come through so far. And this is the hometown of Sumedu. And if you can't pull that off in your own backyard, that is telling. And then Akwatia, the numbers are looking not great either. Then elsewhere where MPP is losing, NDC is losing, they are closing the gap. They are performing better than last election. Look, in the exit poll, I'm going to reveal it for the first time here. about 16% of NS communist voters have switched their vote to Beidou. In the final poll, it was 24%. In the exit poll, down 16%. When you lose 16% of your people in the last election today, you will not win. I have said that. And look, data, you can disagree with it, but at the end of the day, it will come through. One thing I also want to mention is that if NDC wins, it is because they done well in the minority ethnic groups. In the exit poll, among the accounts, MPP 50.5%, NDC 49.5%. But the Ewes, Ghana Dangbase, and then the Mori Banis were lying to us in the exit poll that they voted for MPP. That appears to be not true.
I see. I want us to understand the demographics, but what you're seeing on your screen at the moment is some intense jubilation on the ground. Alfred will connect soon with our correspondent on the ground. And again, this is what our correspondent was referring to earlier, Alfred, about an executive throwing money in the air and then people trying to grab the crowd, trying to grab the cash that was flying in the air.
The exact identity of the said.
We rely on Impact Cleaning for all of our post-construction cleaning needs. We deliver very high-end luxury condominiums, and making sure that the units are delivered in tip-top shape is of the utmost importance to us. So in construction, almost anything you can think of ends up getting dirty. Between dust and debris, there's residues, there's adhesives left over. So Impact does a great job of knowing what to look for, making it a very enjoyable experience for our purchasers when they move in.
Until we can find proper competition, we'll just have to keep outdoing ourselves. The versatile Grecale, the fastest luxury SUV in its class. The iconic Gran Turismo, the most powerful model yet. The audacious MC20 Cello, the 621 horsepower heaven-sent supercar. Discover your best in one of our best from the all-new Maserati showroom.
But since you have very limited time with us, let me stick with you just a little bit, right? And understanding the demographics, we've talked about the minority groups, and what do the demographics look like?
Look, the people with senior high and tertiary far outnumber the junior high and no education in Akwatia. If Beidou wins today, it is this group that has pushed him ahead. And then again, you look at the religious groups.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, Christians are less than 50% in Akwatia.
You don't say?
Yeah. There are this traditional religion, 15%, no religion, or 15%. So it's heavily kind of different demography. Elsewhere, when you check, 71% Christians, Muslim, 21%. The rest are small. In Akwatia, it's a different ballgame.
But so in terms of rolling out the numbers, right, definitely based on the demographics, right, the minority groups are showing up. The majority groups are also showing up. But the outcome we are seeing, what does it tell us about how people are voting in Akwatia?
It tells me that, one, you see, I said to someone this afternoon that I'm not concerned about the outcome. Because while the polls were saying that 42% were going to prioritize development, in the exit poll, it was 50% or thereabout, much higher than the exit poll, which means that those who were voting for a candidate because of the development are outnumbering the rest. Once that is true, I was still having confidence in my numbers, regardless of what these guys are telling me that it will be. But see, that one, you don't necessarily lie about the priorities that you used to vote. But when it comes to mentioning them, they're being to play tricks there. So there are so many ways I can use to triangulate and catch them out. And I caught them out from that analysis that, okay, if half of them are saying developmental project, there is no way NDC was going to lose.
Indeed. Again, counting is ongoing. We are waiting for all those numbers to trickle in before a decisive winner will be announced. Musa, there are those who are saying that, look, it would appear the NDC is winning in its strongholds, NPP is also winning in its strongholds, so perhaps this is too early to call.
What's going to happen is that we've seen NDC is overperforming in the last election. That's what you look at for. And because the gap and the Scooby won with was just 2,000, it is only a matter of time that that 2,000 will disappear.
Right.
Once NDC is doing better in the areas they don't usually do well, even in Wenchi, I'm hearing that the guys were saying, oh, is that well compared to last time, doubling his numbers. So it's a sign that
I see. We'll see how that plays out, Musa, and I hope that you could give us 10 more minutes. But let me go back to Alfred on the other side of the studio. Alfred, what's happening? Why are you taking us?
Let's go straight back to Joseph Armstrong Gold-Alogbe, who is, in fact, visited a number of polling stations as we speak in the Akwatia constituency. He has been to the Lorry station and then other places as well. He's giving us an update over there. Joseph, kindly tell us right now where you are and what is happening. You talked about the celebration and the number of polling stations that you have visited so far. Tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, you see a lot of people standing right behind me. All they are waiting for is for the next money to be thrown into the air, because earlier we saw a village thrown in here, and the next thing we saw was 5 cities, 1 city being thrown into the air, and people were just rushing for it. I shared that video with you earlier. I know you appreciate it, so you can look for our viewers to. Yeah, so you see people are gathered here waiting patiently for who is coming to throw money into the air. So it's about jubilation here now, because this place, they thought the NDC candidate was going to lose, because normally the NDC that wins over here. But this time around, the vote has changed. It has gone in favor of the NDC, which is why we have told the NDC constituency executive came here to throw the money to thank the electorate here. So all they are waiting for now is who is time to share the next money.
You're actually going to.
No, he's.
Now, one of the things that we're seeing there is a celebration behind you, and we're going to keep an eye on how things are playing out, because the polling station AME Zion Church, we have that result as well. As declared by or announced by the EC officer in that AME Zion Church polling station, Bernard Bedu of the NDC polled some 118 of the valid vote cast, as against the NPP Solomon Asmedu 107, the LPG 0, rejected ballots 3. Now we also see that same story play out, and interestingly, the bus terminal in Bwedua, you hear Musa Dankwa reference Bwedua a number of times. The NDC Bernard Bedu polled some 323 of the valid vote cast. The NPP Solomon Asmedu 111, 323 as against 111, and this is a difference of over 200 votes. Now, in the valid vote cast, there is 434, rejected ballot 2. This is the bus terminal in Bwedua. Then you have the Bwedua Presbyterian JHS new block. We also have that results coming through right now. NPP's Solomon Asmedu 109 as against Bernard Bedu 98. So you see in the Bwedua area, the polling stations, NPP and NDC are winning. But when you look at the margin of victory at the polling stations that the NDC candidate wins, the margin is wider as against the polling station that the NPP candidate wins. So, for example, let's stay on this one. For the bus terminal in Bwedua, the NPP candidate polled 111, that's Solomon Asmedu, as against Bernard Bedu 323. That's a difference of over 200 votes. Now, in the same Bwedua area, Presbyterian JHS new block, the NPP candidate polled 109. Then you have Bernard Bedu of the NDC polling 98, a difference of just about 11, as we've seen there. So a 200 vote difference in at one polling station in the same area, Bwedua. Then in another, that the MPP wins, just about 11 votes difference in favor of the MPP candidate. The same in the Bodua Presbyterian JHS old block. So there's a new block. The old block polling station had the NPP's Solomon Asmedu polling 117 as against the NDC's Bernard Bedu 98. And guess what, Kemeni, for the first time we are seeing at the polling station, the LPG's Patrick Owusu polled 2 votes. 2. Yeah, so at least he has something to his name. This one at the Bodua Presbyterian JHS old block, 2 votes for Patrick Owusu of the Liberal Party of Ghana, Kofi Akpalo's party. Fast forward, if you go to the Palace Square A, Palace Square A, and I want our viewers to pay attention to the bottom of the screen. All what I'm reading to you right now is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. So pay attention to the bottom of the screen because we're updating the results as they come through thick and fast here on your election command center. And so as you just keep an eye out there, we're giving you all the polling station results coming through on the ground from our people who are stationed across the 119 polling stations. We have a strong team already at the coalition center where all the action will take place and the final declaration, official declaration made by the Electoral Commission as to who has won this Akwatia by-election at the end of the day. So stay with us here on your election command center. Palace Square A, expected voters were 482, and per the provisional results put out, the NPP's Solomon Asmedu 192, NDC's Bernard Bedu 79. That's Palace Square A. Let's go to Palace Square B. NPP's Solomon Asmedu 194, NDC's Bernard Bedu 74. That is Palace Square B. Now, this is how things are playing out because, and Kemeni, I know you have Musa Dankwa with you, and as you did indicate, there's quite some work that has been done ahead of today. Let's take a look at what he found out, Kemeni, in this particular area, the Buedua area, and what we are seeing now, that both MPP and NDC are winning at the polling stations in the Buedua area, but the margin of victory for the NDC is wider as against that of the NPP.
Indeed, very much so. And Musa, I think that's something that you had alluded to a little earlier about, where the MPP could have its numbers in Buedua and where the NDC could have its numbers in Buedua. I mean, based on the numbers that your people are also collecting, what are you seeing in Buedua, East and West as a whole?
In the exit poll, Buedua West, where NDC wins, NDC was getting around 60% or more of the vote there. And in the Buedua East, where MPP must win, they were getting around 53%. So they were quite below par. And if that kind of numbers pan out, and that's what we are probably seeing now. So in the Buedua East, you see the gap narrow. In the Buedua West, we see a very wide margin for NDC guys.
I mean, if at the end of today, Solomon is not able to, based on the projections you are making, that his performance at the end of today is likely not to surpass that of, the late Ernest Kumi. Is this a rejection of the candidate, or could we even call it a rejection to start with, of the candidate or of the party?
I think it's more of the candidate.
My adopted mother told me God has a plan for you to release children from poverty.
But the exit poll will not show us true picture because of the ethnic groups that were not telling us the truth. They were probably telling us something to make us feel that, make them safe in wherever they are, because they are a minority in those areas. And it's not very uncommon. It's very common in the consensus where those ethnic groups are minority and they are kind of dominated by their accounts. When you are in that environment, I will not tell you my vote is quite ripe, or I voted for Mr. A, meanwhile it was Mr. B that he voted for. So those may account for some of the differences we'll see in the exit poll. But the poll was showing neck and neck, almost 2 points between MPP and NDC. And when NDC is behind by a few points, it means they are ahead. I've said this several times that NDC always outperform the polling numbers. So when I saw the gap in the exit poll, I knew NDC had won.
But I mean, because we are looking at candidates to candidates, you know, head-to-head comparison of the candidates, when we look at the fact that the NDC is also performing better than their 2024 candidates, right? Is this a matter of Bernard Baidu being, you know, endearing, or it's also a matter of the NDC backing of this candidate, or maybe even both?
You know, Boachi Adom was very unpopular. If you speak to people across the constituency, you could hear that. And I think tactically, it was good for him to have been replaced. And we did it with this candidate. And unfortunately for MPP, they went first to pick a candidate. So NDC knew which one could be better than the MPP one. So they went for lawyer Bernard Baidu. Now, if you look at the stature of these personalities and how they can handle issues regarding parliamentary affairs, certainly the lawyer would do a far better job than a minor.
You think it played a role?
Oh, yes. I mean, there was a lady I heard on Facebook. She was saying that they are struggling to encourage their children to go to school because of mining. Now, if somebody comes there and is trying to promote mining, it means her kids will look up to him as a role model. But she wants the kids to look at the lawyer as a role model.
But it's a mining community.
But the problem is that majority of the voters in Akwatia have senior high and tertiary, and they're not in the mining pits.
And of course, there was a negative publicity against him. They said he's a galamsey. And that is what
but I think
got
he's denied
from...
those. He's denied those
Well,
accusations of being a galamsey. He's also denied
So once you have, if you lose the elections in general, then it means that what you denied...
The propaganda works against
work,
him.
yes.
I see. But I mean, generally, what's been your thoughts about the numbers that we're seeing? Again, Musa Dankwa is telling us that when you look at the numbers, right, where Baidu loses even, his numbers outperform Wache Yado, right? So what could be working for the NDC from your point of view?
Well, my brother said it could be the individual differences. But we also need to think about the party itself. Is the party well organized at the top? Here is the case. We found out that the NDC top brass, the top brass of the MPP, got into the constituency some few days back. When the NDC top brass have been there for weeks and even for a month and so on and so forth. So you guys were not ready. Secondly, how do you tell me that, well, we don't want to contest Tamale Central, therefore you should also decide to reject in contesting, Akwatia? The MPP that we know, if it favors them, will not put forth such a proposal. They will go as far as they can to wrestle that particular seat from you. So how come you came with such a proposition? Psychologically, it tells me that you knew very well that you're going to face some challenges at Akwatia. So there is that insincerity. It is a Trojan horse that they put forth. And the NDC did not buy into that. The other thing that, I believe Dr. Brian Echampon told them that it was very bad for them to decide not to go to Tamale Central. You don't go to elections just because you are going to either win or lose. You need data. That is what my brother does best, interrogating data. Right. So if you don't contest, what data are you going to use to interrogate for the next elections? Because you may have to know why you lost, how you lost it, right? What kinds of things are you going to put in place to ensure that in 2028
they've done that.
you'll be able to? You are not contesting.
Remember that
you are not contesting. So what data are you going to use?
No, I'm a bit confused. Perhaps I trailed off in your
Yeah, I'm saying that.
能有一个懂龄的人。
The current one will be the by-election.
Oh, you think so for you?
Yes.
You think that Tamale Central by-election could have been a testing ground for them?
Yes, certainly.
To check the pulse of the North.
You don't go in there just because you are going to lose. No. You need data. That will help you, right, in your strategy henceforth. Now, listen. I told the NDC, for example, that
I'll let you finish that point, but the dynamics are not the same.
They are not.
Is first of all, it's a swing constituency.
I agree.
The NDC had even said that in the 2024 election, they won that place. In Tamale Central, that's a safe seat for the MDC.
That is why they are not going.
Yes.
So that's why I said that gift that they gave to the NDC is a Trojan horse. So they didn't buy into that. But you see, in Kumewu, for example, I said, probably over here, I said, the NDC can't win. But what they intend to do is to ensure that they show up their vote. Now, if they're able to do so, they will use that to calculate for all the other constituencies in Ashanti region. And if they're able to replicate that throughout the other constituencies, MPP will be in opposition at the end of 2024 elections. And that is exactly what happened.
Well, too late for them now.
Too late.
Unyanya kachewa no anu ntino sese ya me no kase no Akwatia wi anisa aka 9 polling stations are on the Akwaso so na aso 119 polling stations no. Then Akwatia is a gone is a tesa. Akwatia is a tesa no anu no ti but there are a few things let me monitor events on Onia TV. I catch you say about elections so there. Say Ghana had the Yamount Tiasia station be any krumha. From one more Cambro for one more Kandagati, more Kafrafra, Kadain, about elections there. Yeah. And this I want it. See, and I say, young fan told what I say, what that and TV, one it. Ya kani ye mugu ni ebe bo hana. Ya sorry akofi. Ya sorry akofi. Isi beso nipa ne nsem ne wapeja kosoro na chese. Yene obi awie. Few things because so metete ya say onobo afenyo markings ko baby ko wa posters but mtie mu yie no na nya ade a chese. Afenyo markings ko wa posters bia o baby a. Akase toda ya na elections no etese akwanhia information we beba no na police for beda no na fire service for beda no agi bibia si ewie na de na no adweda yetimi ehunu se de yete bako a me hu ye no na polling station a omokoto aba wo ho no
okay ana posters
na NDC candidate the posters ewo ho etia Ghana abato mra
wrong yes
etia Ghana abato emra ti de koba ye ne se ye ntiase Okasa on tiasia or you're right because Emrano Emakwansa and almost share. I think one of the MPP chairman, on the microphone going on in a wasem.
Buga
on the other Hannah.
Buga.
Also cry or yadia or one polling station in a very calm mood or catch almost say NDC candidates, poster so tarry. I think it was an electric poll. Free hall. Any idea? One couldn't talk. I mean, it was such a nice, cool, collected kind of approach.
About electoral laws enforcement. I'm say the best way I say honorable marking in Crawford to me yes I didn't is to make sure the police force should have been the people removing.
Oh no, and easy official.
You so draw attention.
Draw attention. Easy official can remove it. It will not be the police.
Yeah, say police. Yeah, so say we want to be anya easy for Kwana. It shouldn't be they themselves removing it. And now I say.
Oh no, I'm not sure. Say. On one kosumu ye no.
Okay.
And you on one kosumu na.
Okay.
So ye. Until no, Akwatia is settled. It's green.
Akwatia
it's settled. It's green.
Yeah, where they no we.
Akwatia is a Tessa.
Yeah, rhyme you. It's settled and a Tessa.
Akwatia is a Tessa. So that's it. 9 polling stations in so aba ti Akwatia to say they catch on yeah we aka mutala and the same before so monko
Yes, and the
Tamale Central MPP. So yeah, who Ablekumanov somebody to me as some my being.
Say I know the party the case on corner candidate this year.
Okay. But we don't need that so monko.
I wanted the Akwa and say see pa no. Me nya sure say party bi abetimi afil the candidate or because ogru hom be go aw. Obani bra abru wo mutala constituency no ho sese no. Oh, still almost
yeah, they are still money him.
The guys omudasu because almost the way na ono omotie.
Yeah.
I didn't know. As I mean, my first encounter with him, somewhere around 2016. Na ye Commander Sugar Factory. Na that time na Timbi, Papa your friend say, Ecospio Gabra.
Okay.
No, you're Minister of Trade and Industry. Na Udihano Kenya. And see, ye could do one almost one my kwanko, na ye MPP, Jumani, then. So na it's a so more fresh. They are the bit do mutalaso. No, it's okay. Moko ede. It's a question factory near Juma na Juma. A quay show or some monko.
And Satan now na deputy.
No, na deputy Minister of Trade and Industry. That was them say, hey, I read a said out of parliament on the political campaign, no, out of its stage, no, yeah, this calm. That was how I got to know him. And Obedi MP who constituency who be constituency, no. Womo ba ne ade a no mo kasa womo si the famo I'm sure the MPP saw it said no what the candidate some candidates name na kra no you no akwanto man
no go area
and see so that's it they can but me want to say MPs to be resigning why have been by election there 3 before
2 are resigning currently.
Well, it's hard to make an for BB and Choco. No, be me prophet. As I cut 3 by elections.
As I 4 years now.
I say by elections 3 D or you more baby, sir.
Upon resignation.
Well,
I will resign and I'll cross the carpet. I
say by election be or maybe can say your mom pie. But say me who central ne
na cut in from my boss no say by this is baby and say this is befa
and no sana me make some am kai no man can the oben win you you are trying to be an attesa don't be an attesa you know so I think sir say Crawford and then again the names appear so realize here. Speaker, I think, sir, I said MPP party in penny phoning now, they should call the party people to order.
Okay. I agree with you. I don't know yet, idea Nanka na me person me can but I don't know. We decided Senka after my election. Yes, I think sir. The leadership of the NPP, no, a lot of mistakes. Old people, no, SSO Mubem. Again, make us a party, no, are weak to a certain level. I mean, the expertise, the experience, no, must come in and ensure, sir, party, no, ever bounce back. I have one particular problem. BBC, me show na Sapoma a report, you know. In say, as usual, I'm told, say. Omoa blacklisted media general, Entino, Omoni and Kasa. And then Buga Eto TV3 microphone that now Sapoma is on the field, our reporting. And then Oko one of the police I'm sure say Oko one of the polling stations, and then Salam Mustafa, the national youth organizer of the NPP, was there. Anna or try say Oneno Ebekasa. Now, as a national youth organizer, the first thing he did was that a station ban. Okay? So I was like, no, a leader doesn't do that. You see, the point is that NPP decided say, for the rest of 4 years, you know, boycotting media general. But the truth is that the harm never caused to NPP, you know, more than effect ever media general. So this is the truth. And see, media general, as it stands now, there is no media house bigger than media general. Both English and local language.
Sure.
And say some of the communicators are very close to them but because say party not taking decision they do not want to go contrary to it. Because shows this media general push your brand forward. and more popularity, you know, echoes from more.
Media general is a Tessa.
So individually,
you don't know.
Individually, no, they are aware. So I do not know why still now the new patriotic party would want to hold on to some of these things. And clearly, no, a affected party, no, a weakened party, no. You see, Omobeka say NDC a boycott is if I can show, no, for so many years. But the difference is this. I don't remember, but for about 2 or 3 years.
2 years.
Yes, 2 years. But the difference in this, Kojo,
that time, you know, you try first 2. Exactly. I want to know the last time. So you got to be strategic.
Exactly. And again, difference in the cry is NDC boycotted Kokroko, but they never boycotted the entire despite media. Okay? And see, NDC call the platforms. Nana ya okesi show so. Omoko your friend is saying UTV. Omoko UTV morning show no eso. Okay? Omoko other political programs. The Omoye the weekend no something issues, critical issues on Saturday mornings. They be able say Kweku Bohemoye den eteswa omokasa. So it was Kokroko and now almost say omo boycotting. Now you cannot say because of the feelings ekoswa enye odentino obe boycott an entire company across several affiliates. And it tells how weak the leadership of the party at the national level.
I mean, when him said 2000,
and clearly a bad decision, bad faith.
When him say in 2004, the MPP wanted to boycott Media General, especially TV3.
I see.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you the story. That time, and TV was Kwesi Pratt's producer. Was it Hot Issues? No, there was one program here, Kwesi Pratt, and they hosted an NTB. A producer, no. I think it was Hot Issues.
Hot Issues.
You know something? Now, who should TV? No, who should you? Ball away, go ha. School down where I say. So, everybody was confused. So I remember very, 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 very well. Could you pay the friend here bank crying? As part of the young guys, say woman. Yeah, call out, call for information back. Now I remember very well that time. Banredu, yeah, Papa Hackman, Uswajiman, but then Yamias is not here, so we too for that, wait me here, no amount. That time now, Osafmafo every finance.
Yeah,
I'm saying on call Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports. President Kufodi no car,
yes,
and then. There was one man be from Central Region. I've forgotten his name. No, yeah, one of the regional executives. Eti, woman any party in penny for no crash here, no, no. They want to boycott. So Hakma said, no.
Don't make that mistake.
No, don't. What are they showing? They are telling us that there's baller here. Yes. Baller there.
Go and handle
it. Then we are saying, yeah. So they informed the old man. President Kufo ding. Say I know you know. But what these are your boy money na and then they arranged. I remember very well that time. Some leaders of the newsroom from TV3, they met the chief of staff. And the decision was that say munya story na yen kan chom sama munye
okay
but mommo ya mane
okay
na yentimi koye ho adwuma nti mo baye mo story ni bewie no na yesu aye ho adwuma na mo so akotwa de aba bam it settled the matter. This is what happened in 2004 bisa former director of operations Leonardo time here with Julius FSA Lord Comey former national organizer of the NPP bisa da mocho and all the others. This matter got settled. But me am family who me obeba me show so who mo dem person me can me I'll say it.
No, could you cry precisely. I know say omu raise concerns about Usho. But you see the point is that Nanado enye president BM. The leadership of the party was saying Nanado me da ballot paper be asubim. Somebody like Justin Frimpong Kodia, my very good brother. Oya denya general secretary no opeso osan dibim. This is the time as I say party no take a bold decision. Now omo making sure say in the absence of President Akufo-Addo, the national chairman and the leader of the party now, per your own constitution. For that reason, no, even if say Stephen Tim, no, there is somebody acting. But I mean, clearly, decisions, party leadership, no, no. You clearly see, say, a weakened party, no more than, I mean, ordinarily, Anka Ebeye expected of the new patriotic party. Again, could you share, I mean, John Boadu time as national organizer? Oshe Samia Uku time, Oshe Freddie Blay, okay? I mean, the time at 2016, Omo Peso Omodi NDC, NPP ba power. The energy near Huadeya Omodi Jumano. I mean, that is not what we are seeing today.
What do you mean, I was watching
analysis now.
I was actually watching how their flag bearer hopefuls no trooping in and out of Akwatia.
The influence of
me deep politics nechi kakra and chebia at least from 1992 when I was 12 years, and I made the Ghana politics nechi, especially the NPP politics. Into the NPP politics time the say MPP break it down. I can sit back and tell you MPP backbone are breaking more this time.
Yeah.
1992, after the 1992 general elections, and Professor Edubuahi Lucy election to JJ Rawlings, party did Jijaye. MPP party did Jijaye, but that Jim Pennyphone woman and everything I catch now.
Okay.
One you could do Sunyani and now Omo against J. Kufuni Nano. To the latter part of the elections, Omo U10, ever supported J. Kufo, man winning 1996 MPP presidential elections. Obelidi party no. Na party no ejija. And then the weekend party na ama 1996.
Omo to be a week.
Then to be a winning. And yes, the Rollins who be other Rollins no one will be a. The Rollins will be a. But that's how they don't say. I remember very after the 1996 elections. 1997, before you ever call 1998, when you be Musunyane no. And the president for leadership in our Kumase. And Obisa almost say. Yeah, back on Tokwa. Tomatite. Your power. And to me, they are here. I remember very well that time that the late Apidahene, Jokwa and San Yibano. They were all around. We had Otumfoma Rehin CCA, no a medical doctor. Ewo Coco board, me kaipa. And we say 2 million a year pay. Say President Fono Mukasa say 2 million a year pay. Lay down this. I will lay down this. You lay down that. Let me also lay down this. Let's all come together. That time, no be because na party no a be and in baby power blocks and no. So I agree. That time in MPP, there were only 3 power blocks.
Yes.
You had the Ashanti block following J. Kufo. There were only 3. And then we had some parts of the Eastern region supporting the bonus for Professor Edubuahi.
Okay.
And then another group, Kakrebi, and so from Eastern region also supporting Nanado. But to the latter part of it, you realize that na Nanado ne Edubuahi ya kensi eni.
Okay.
Anti Wosha 1998 MPP presidential primaries, na JH Mensa Abeshimbi. Onubedi Professor Edubuahi name from B that side, And don't forget, say, JH Mensa, did we about it as a Kufo?
Okay.
And Nanado, so every Eastern region ever. And so, what said Nanado Kasa, any JH Mensa Kasa, it looks like said here, a year what 1992, no, and one assigned CM. And so, so we actually had just 2 power blocks. The Kufo Ashanti block, the JH Mensa Nanado Eastern Bono block.
Okay.
And a Bekaboom. Now, a son, I don't crack on one must even team chair answer. Obey national chairman Eddie. Yeah. Comedy national chairman in them. But I know another day story. That for be America. It is a much to say currently MPP power party now. The 7 power blocks now and are affected party. No. To say the Chichemu Maku 7. 7. Sa 7 na e wo ho no. A dos do. E do baby so mutimi trust na we merge. Na o de enka 3. That 3 ni 2 merge na meka 2. Yeah. Anya sa. Look, me deep politics
no, but that is true because the echoes no there. I mean,
William say, Baumia won the block.
Yes, Baumia block.
Now, Nana do them on the block.
That's what the block.
I want the block. Kufa block, you know, still exists. One of Alan for now more NDC one so move MPP one so move free mono. Almost sounds one block. Canada Japan creative block.
Yes.
Can I create the block? I will party him. Whatcha? Modern your friend said Brian
Champon.
A boy, yeah. 2020 elections, no, only about 2024 constituency of Moyo, Eastern region, and a few other areas. Also, yeah, say we share Eastern Hona were creating the block and not down.
And they believe him.
No, they believe him. They believe him.
Yeah.
They believe him. They believe him. It is 7 power blocks now. And what MPP says here, they need to sit down here and you're Freemason at the winning election.
About Freemason, but my miss us a question where if it happens, I mean 7 blocks in a year, Juma, because they exist. Obiansu will be interested. Now, we are national executive in the current state. How are you supposed to manage
the national executives? Like I say, belong to the blocks.
It will be an master.
Share, one call. The time I will not do when you wake up. Now, wake up. Now we have. Now we have free. We know we say, "Omo da ho." Omo say, "There be omo ni ho." Omo si mu omo ba. Omo dure okay. And then you be fast to him kwan na kopiem. E we show okay. Omo nam him. Omo dure okay. And then you be fan say, "Say the be ya be kwa kwesi omo chi." Eti no. Obi a person say, "I said we can do it together."
Okay.
So what shall we teach you politically? No, too early. It is not too early. So we can talk away the abaya kakra no meka bom there be MPP assembly eka no enye NDC for mu di meko. Omu na be se so abom. No makofa yi wa na kohurum.
Omo ye able to bridge
NDC for di meko
differences no.
Omu nyina be di meko no asu. Omu wi am meko akofa yi wa no akwa kohurum.
Captain Basel,
Sana,
my person bisa question way. You can't MPP for some day. I'm sure say you are the best person. But me I can want some including any other, even most of the political analysts, because we are insider. Everywhere quite bring but say. And see, the same bisa say only in Crawford you say, sir executives now more than say no. Current leadership now.
Who told you say they will stay?
Thank you. Because the Ecos one, Ghana, you strong opposition parties. So I can't be brave. But the Ecos with you, I say,
who said Ghana? What should I say?
I didn't record the Ghana.
National executives, no. Meaning back to your question. National executives, no. They belong to the blocks.
Okay.
Between you and I, Korea or he or Wafa. I ain't Japan.
Wow.
You know what?
I think I say no bet you can say because on inside out. Yeah.
Because what did he say? Or say time now yeah bre our party them yeah probably cram on the TV station and then the radio station and by your boy no now one aka no more he say yeah kenna. It tells you where he's thinking towards. Yeah, the party that you it's so we know what they do and how they do it. One will say, for a very long time, Dan Botry are silent.
Very quiet.
Okay. So I realize here, Lord Comey, on this why quiet. Hackman, Otiasi, Umui, why quiet? Osafmafo, why you have a case of Mamon Cockra? Amon Cockra. Woman no more Cockra. Omutimi Kasa. Kufo, a war, why ding? Adokufo, oh, why ding? Jay also a chow or why did you know? So don't pay any war, why did say Mampon, former MP or Copribi, Adenimo or why did you?
And say cried or pulling home out of.
You see what it means to say, yet we ja party ma and mebunu one or more jadene. But Tembiano, as a magnetic old person right in the center.
Okay.
So what the political party? Said you be a party in Timinjijano. You require an old magnetic force to sit at the center.
It's pivot.
So when the left wingers are crying wolf, and Ukraine almost was on Mekano, and Stephen Tim, as young that time, very young man, that time not a very young wrong. They needed negotiations under the carpet campaign on only Paul Afoku.
Okay.
Hey, don't go there. Don't try. That man, don't try.
And I was even hearing, say, the current national executive election year, Afoku was lacing his boots. Say, Obesaba national chairman. Now, on until the issues are caveat, no. Say, you're from now, Sabe Mubiema. Unya 2 years, I won't even contest the election.
Yeah. And see, say, what's going to happen? You have Nanabi.
Yes.
Obekwa Jina be himself a national organizer, Eddie. Nanabi is a very
fine national organizer.
Or a very fine lawyer, very energetic, intelligent young man. But with this scale, I did the MPP and MPP so China. MPP in your age, the EDD. And your body is so and you did MPP a strategy. If you lack strategies, you can't lead MPP to win political power. Take it or leave it. NDC, an election winning machine, woman, your political party. NDC now, an election winning machine. So anytime you are competing or contesting NDC in any election, you must have a strategy. And NDC for who said no, winning machine, but now NDC strategy no. So what's your former Ashanti regional chairman? No, I would have many pay masses. No, no, my quarter about we got to be real. Na Chabarazoka, yeah, the Azoka boys, Saba, yeah, na Veranda boys, Kakra, Eagle boys, Kakra, Wemua Kakra, Mobi Squad for her. Keda for her, and so it was blocks that were winning elections for the NDC. Then they realized that say quite ni mukakra. One share some blocks we muna winning elections. Break it down. Then they said some recruitment. Obani wa monye NDC.
Oh yeah.
How they do so NDC? Say guy. Communications minister.
Sam George.
Onion this ni.
Yes, I'm George.
Onion this ni. Me and this ni. Yeah, your friend saying. Okute Tonakasa. Onion this ni.
Of course.
So the NDC decided that no, let's look for young guys, recruit them and groom them. And almost started some recruiting. Felix Okwacho for Sudumuni Adini Nano. They were recruited. It was a deliberate, intentional. It was a conscious thing. Let's get them
2008
onto the block.
And those were the student leaders back in the days. Yeah.
When himself Mahama refused to contest as NDC parliamentary candidate, I don't want to say some things here. I don't want to say certain things here. So, if you look at NDC, one more a movie from their shells to the shelves. In politics, when you keep yourself in your shell, no one coil na wishim obi ehun shell and wa okoshe the shell no mu a who wa no who no. So the NDC moved out of their shell and placed themselves on the shelves. Yeah. So that as soon as you enter the supermarket, you see them.
And I John Mahama so be no be rebranding of the party.
And I said Nuketia is an experienced politician. I said Nuketia may not have all the needed strategy for the NDC to win, but on the experience, ABT will be here. So you had some Georges, the Omani Buames, the Mutales, all of them. Then Omani Buama took over the NDC election directorate.
Machinery.
And then he said that, okay, now we know if we want to win, we'll win. What is left is leave it with me. What do you say, President Mahama, Omani Buama, leave it with me?
Wow.
Yeah. In anything when there's giddy, a BBA buyer, Omani Buama, old boy, leave it with me. And then Omani Buama also started coming up with election strategies. You ever went to her. And then what broke the camel's back was activate the body cameras. Now, if you look at the NPP as a political party, then I'll be only strategy be the winning election. I ain't kind of only strategy be
as national organization.
That is the only strategy. Only strategy be. Tell me, show me one strategy NPP put in place 2024 elections. Did you see any strategy?
I know you're one out of the many. We need 2016, and we need 2020.
But 2016, don't want to organizer.
Samia Wuku.
It should send a signal to you.
But Captain,
be a general secretary. I could do only strategy.
I could do any strategy.
Chief, strategy on the winning election.
Now, could you have this strategy to me when
only
general
MPP general secretary posture. Posture, you did MPP general secretary. Could you only be? You see, MPP general secretary, no. Yahu dan Bokewu.
Yahu Kwabene Japan.
Yahu Kwabene Japan. Yahu na no healing toe. Yahu Sejon. Yahu
John
Boadu. Yeah. So there's a certain posture
and demeanor,
political corporate attitude be a war MPP general secretary. You must carry the wind. You don't have to sit for the wind to carry you. MPP chairman and I want to now wind the door. But as the general secretary of the new patriotic party, you carry the wind. One will carry wind and who peer wind and a call. Not chairman at Tiho. It's a chairman who win the now. Now when did that carry chairman and all the others? Could you need that charisma, only that aura, only Nanabi me. The worst of it all, a women's organizer. She's lost. Why you know woman? So what they need NPP need to do is say, apart from thinking about unity, they should get a strategic political marketer to sit down with them and rebrand their thinking. What the MPP needs now is mental rebranding. So yes, sir, the intellectualism of the NDC now is actually intimidating the MPP. Because unlike before, Mekato was NDC, an election winning machine. Because that time, you don't see a lot of elites. Who buy MPP for the lawyer for PhD. MPP na day a whole professor or yet the deputy finance minister, Professor Jambafo. Jambafo the deputy finance minister. Yeah. When you have a professor as a deputy finance minister, a deputy minister, then well, I said look at you only PhD. Only the masters were high grade moi. Okay. So the elitism, no, if you say MPP 1992 because of one more exiles, one more central buche, kususuade, no mobile no. And a Ghana forces so here. You should mu. Oh, me ba we there was young woman. Ba me na na catch am say woman para kwasia. Enti, we bet you young woman na was assess you na sabe. Na no I atesa.
I just wait me.
Oh. So, NDC for no who say no. And for no a mental branding game na MPP for no only NDC elbow from 1996, 2000, 2004, even 2008. It was a mental game. The MPP actually had no strategy, but they had strategists amongst them. But they were using their intellectual capacity to outshine the NDC. Then the NDC said no. From 2006, everybody said no. We'll do recruitment. Now count and prefer war NDC more. Akoskua. So many ujina hono mono kasa brofo na mo de beto aba. Okujeto. Say Okujeto say general secretary ko dua sese wo show we so.
I say
Okujeto ni ko dua sia. Asaba na baba
for debate.
For debate then be so
Atesa.
Debate was them now. Okay.
Okay. Okujeto ofi voter region enti voters in country into Okujeto Timbrofo kofa Sam George bra na fa na bi tira ha atesa. So the reality is that what the new patriotic party needs now a mental rebranding. They need to come up again with another mental strategy which might be bigger
than the NDC
and stronger than that, because they say NDC for no one more intellectual capacity. They say no. I'm telling you today, it is intimidating the NDC MPP here. Now, small analysis being chosen here. Say, Ufa Kate Jimfu at Rahasia now they
Hanabisu.
The women can Hanabisu or Doctor Hanabisu. Doctor. Then a busy. Canopre.
Atesa
omu issue and some kasa omu to discuss the issue. What will happen?
Oba Hanabisu we were ahead.
What am I trying to say? One year and every before communications director.
Oh, I don't think you have any disease here.
Agba
Richard. Agba.
For Richard Agba tana hasisia.
Never Sami Jevi.
Never Sami Jevi. What go too far? Never the Chromia Ibeni. Never could get to tana.
Well, they so want to be compelled.
Oh, minister. I'm looking at Okujeto not as a minister.
Okay, but in Tali.
Fa Ayamba Tnaha. Never Okujeto Tnaha. Number 1 hour.
Head to head.
Then it is.
And they say clear. Difference is clear.
Fa Ayamba Tnawa Kunyeso. Never Sami Jevi Tnaha. Neja on 1 hour.
Atesa na beba.
But I don't know how much, you know. I happen on several locations. Social media.
So what it means now, the thing is the MPP here, we hear mental rebranding. Because here, 2024 defeat, say you jit to move, a prayer MPP mentally.
Yeah. I have a very big event.
A prayer MPP mentally. Now, they thought that in Muhammad Wine called 2020, Jane, right?
Yes, Jane.
2016, and Emisata, a doctor.
Yeah.
Why you do Bank of Ghana, right?
As governor, yes.
As governor. And a doctor Mamadou Baumia, also a doctor. Why you do Bank of Ghana as deputy governor. So we had 2 governors. Each of them were running mates. They were all doctors. So Dr. Pakwesi Misata and then Dr. Muhammadu Baumia. Okay. Watch this. BBC. Agana Fweni and Koho. And then I'm met me. My catch them and says to me, say, MPP lose no lose and Baumia contribute 40%.
Wow. Dr. Baumia. As a candidate.
As a candidate, Onunko contribute 40%. And I'll tell you why. May MPP lose no lose, my diagnosis no, but may come here. Obusa, the young doctor, the young governor. How many questions?
Over 70 or more.
Okay. Or your list of questions. Ena or the man, the student. So as of that time, Baumia was the lecturer. Pakwesi Misata, no a student. And I will lecture no questions na kasano. What the ama students say or answer. And a student going to be answer. Yeah. And I will lecture na kasano. Academic board of university Ghana University academic board.
See for Maki skip, bra.
Efro say for marking scheme bra. And I want the marking scheme about. Yeah, what the marking scheme ni buy any ebusa say wow your lecture no. Explain your marking scheme. And I tell her. Eti one kasa na wo lecture no questions na wo set here.
Want me ask.
Emma wo student no. Academic board no friend will say for marking scheme no bra. Let's say answers are. If it's a student no throw we are with or throw we are with ba obient me. So that time no election as no student.
A lecturer will fail.
There no admission kura for student.
No drop out.
So politically ba was a drop out. Me tell me yamo shame. You see 2024 mu na. No 2022. Omo pia questions na ma ba o me no. Me catch if you go say if you me yamo shame.
On to me.
And of say and I'm say emfa. No say kwadwo. Me rade e be fo. Me ba e be emfa do so and I'm say 7th January yeswe Mahama ina 2022 March. 2022 say yeswe Mahama in 2025 if you hire deja your friend na asa na ko fa be say 2025 you be sure Mahama in because lecturer I'm a student abono wa fairly poto the lecture ni ma de no eti na saka ba o me timi tenase mentally
yeah
or upgrade ne hona o ma yehu say he's far above that even the questions are or the map accuracy in Satano. He could not answer what.
But even in terms of answering, no, I mean the reality, no differences in here very clear. And say oka economy, opesa oka exchange rate once more. Captain, I mean theories are being answering and the reality will expose you.
No, but
it's clearly no, I mean any idea effort.
What if Sabamia could have answered all the questions? But on one casasu who said Weti Uja open up here or your vice president. Yeah, Mami Jane Poko at Mautia, Ubiti on Cancheno. Vice president, you don't open up
yourself.
President, no open up yourself.
Okay.
Or your vice president, you close
your ranks.
Your ranks. So that you will be able to protect your president.
And you'll be idea.
There be and so your vice president, you don't open up. Vice president, who close it. Now president now open up. Now who actually now only chief of staff a monitor. Mokwa maybe a second can be to the public and who could be your president. That's how a vice president must behave. When you're vice president, you don't see, you hear. It is the president that sees and the president doesn't hear. That is the greatest principle of the presidency. So the vice president, you don't see, you hear. And say, hey, must say, oh, ma, your excellency, say this. Okay.
So all the time you're getting information.
Must say the That's why I hear me there. How Mahama, Afa, the American, Canadian, and the Russian presidency strategy, Abagana. And see, chief of vice president Nakasa or a whole team.
Yeah, chief of staff.
Or the chief of staff, or the day, or the day, because the vice president does not see.
Okay.
You hear. So who gather in and know close no. You go sit before the president and you open up. Now we call.
But the impression was created until Dr. Bawumia running mate be vice president. It was almost as if vice president were very ineffective until Dr. Bawumia because Nanado Emma Dr. Bawumia the opportunity so be here more.
I think we overhype him.
Exactly. Kasani be honoma or economical lectures any day.
Sir, we are vice presidential candidate. A different from say Woody vice president.
Sure.
Okay. We overhyped Bawumia. We covered his weakness. And in politics, when your weakness is covered from the public, it's dangerous. People don't know. They think that you should not allow people to see your weakness. Sometimes your weakness must be seen in public. So watch this. Kufuor showed the whole world his one weakness. Sir, he's not an orator. On to Kasati said the Captain Smart say, on to Kasati said the Rollins say, on to Kasati. So he made it clear Say me ubisa me asem a meto me boase adwene ho. One. Na masa to me boase ama wo moaye. Kufo nte se Obama, Kufo nte se Rollins, Kufo nte se Captain Smart. Ubisa na ye kono. Ono akasa ma Ghana for hu ni weakness. Eti we were able to marry his weakness with his strength. And we were disabused and divorced ourselves from the perception say and then he came up with policies and a nearma a bit outshining the weakness. No? But we are weakness, you see, you kataso.
Yeah.
And only a dear plan. It's a time now. Agronomu ye day now, onyobia and cover the weakness. No, na senka party machinery no e cover no. But that time no cover. Na test me.
But then no go na one they didn't hold you bullet.
Because they tell you say when you go and you say Palubu Dam it is the greatest project, the biggest project in the history of this country from Kwame Nkrumah's time. And then we go there, land no cry ingredient.
There were a lot of deceit in the system. And driving for a catapult.
Good. You see?
Containers made.
And that's why I said that. Oh, the vice president, you don't see. You only hear. But I was seeing too much. And he was hearing less. Because now almost so. Me na me teche na me yam shishim manu. Honestly, me teche na me yam shishim pa Emma Papa no. Because we will say, one na one hono. Bien wa onim sa tokuru no munu agrodie. I'm telling you. And questions ni na went to me here no. Na ye be the flag bearer. And Ghana for a academic board no. A friend say ke wo bra. Questions now what the ma student no. I'm a student no. Ofeli here no. My marking scheme. Na test at yesim. Marking scheme no buy no. Sinti then ha. Unya 5 na ha unya 70 a chese obema ni B+ na ha unya 80 a C chechi me yenti ase na nkonta na we bruni se bruni ntime we e ho na wo say time na all year lectures no e wo 2016 elections dim and even 2020 na on stress no nya
now a candidate
no that weakness of Bawumia was not showing. They should have allowed him to be himself, to show the real him to the public, so that we can have strategy to disabuse the perception. They didn't allow that. And I think TC 2021 TC.
And opena maybe sir, many obedient commoner, maybe sir, me say, I mean, as vice president, economist, even economist. Yeah. I mean, watch economic management team. Inflation 8 may rise up to 53%. A koya exchange rate, and no credit and baby, a koya could do 23 to $1 about 20, not about 17. I think the 16 was a send on the rapid or mokoye. Now, in the last 8 months, okay, at force in a ranking member of the finance committee, me, I'm managing the exchange rate between January till now. It ranges between 10 and then 12. Or the at most 13 Ghana cedis. But I mean, clearly, what we say exchange rate, stabilize kankra. Theories being a different from the Dr. Bawumia, any kind of Foriata air applier. I mean, this time round, maybe the same theories though from the economic lectures, but at a forcing, I mean, air applied differently. Me James idea no I mean, I don't know many will be discussed, but no many answers. Why would this happen? Because I mean, this is somebody on paper and one more what you see the way a bit me
one say we call schooler on. Are there a classroom no? 4 corners na o team na ya kire wo. Nti nyansa den tra wall no. Nyansa no inside hwa. Wo throw exams na wo be throw wall sa 4-legged ade na wa throw no wa ya pass. Now, wo ba bonte se wo beye wo de beye adwuma e ho na wo hia fie nyansa no ato forcing wo mu ina so economics so ba wo de ma de ato forcing DBT Ghana for e fie nyansa ato forcing the fie nyansa complete e fie nyansa because ato forcing who say you jai sikem bebre be go abonten a
inflation beba
na fofo bebre beba fie ho and we say we esichiri sa ntate abeko esichiri na sa pe ntate abeko enti osomu aha na wa odi a merry go round no sa dia beto bebre na no ama gold board foko no ma koto gold na ba on the gold na ba na ya share the value now we publish Atofos is doing a lot of publications outside Ghana so they see say no Ghana say there on mayas Ghana no the gold no on tungu to say kanu na tugu no or kabwa no baby opiabwa no baby and the more I gold no gold is only the boost the economy and they had a serious backbone and to ko yuka wom gold wom ntu America phone to wom gold but wom gold pa kwa chen ya ye de na ye turo Atofos number 2 based on your question ade Atofos ASCC and say or ye practical management and yet theoretical management
common sense approach
Atofos or ye practicals or the Sanujuma and a year the finance minister no and book
that was the answer Pakwesi gave Bawumia answer now the man to Mbekaya see any theory you manage economy with theories and it's the same thing exactly that's when he was that's what is on my mind say Ato is using practical knowledge practical knowledge time I'll call Makola market and I'm going for dinner go for cat he's doing popular what of far issues now he's doing practical Baumia me adeba kwa me yapa and say he exposed himself to media for before election because Mahama ye binti onu super say ye bi captain in Crawford ko guna animasi and seriously speaking who say he's not a practical person and the oil in a cosmetic I mean economics now you know he shouldn't have exposed himself to that extent and he say there me honestly speaking nipa 5 now omukono he seems to be the calm person for me I say well you bit calm when you heja but
no, but say calmness in fact
that is it
calmness the boom
so far yeah honestly
speaking this practical thing I say okodwomu no nkrofo ante ase mo mo nim economy manage pa ye ma mo ye nim ska spend pa so ye mema but the man manage ma eti me ye sure say ohwese de me nana ba omusika no cheche le be ebonasene e wo de weto e po ba ko na no style bi o ye de say ya na we sane ba ha de no ansa na be sane no wo bre ansa watimi sane eti a practical knowledge and all the manage economy no once I'm a president I am relaxed there's no pressure on Jomama there's no pressure sankante then a finance minister by Sunday defense at the same time finance the load of work a good finance now I signed the defense as a time
very critical
very
you think it's an easy thing because Atofos in the fear answer common sense ni juma because uko UPSC kwa security and intelligence gathering na yenche utuoto etuo yenche utuo UPSC uko University of Cape Coast kwa security and intelligence gathering na yenche utuoto uko Kofi Annan peacekeeping center ho ekwa security and intelligence yenche utuoto But what about no police or tutu?
Sure.
It's too much to share police in here who could have master's degree in peace and security. But about the practical field where you are young call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So what check it? IGPs are around the globe. Best cadets for Omontanya CDS. Your two pa IGP. They are the practical people. One year do yard. So the way where the world is moving into, no, we don't need too much people or theoretical. Book. What's your book? Mami theory way law and tell security intelligence theory. I would draw intelligence cycle not to her and point to a time of collection, then processing. I would draw cycle not to her. No, we don't need such people because that intelligence cycle. No, you find tutu. From further banner or corner, you find intelligence cycle. Question. I do require strategy. I watch it. Now, so we have strategy that we need more practical knowledge now. At first, on the fear,
yeah, complete.
And the practicality, what say your economy no. If August, September, October, November, December, dollar costro. You were dollar belt.
Demand high.
Dollar belt no. Dollar belt no. It reducing by February.
Yeah.
And Kosoro sa if August no June no bo say yes in kakakra it said be businessmen and women no be sika na pressure embe economy ni sunti no ohwa president dollar no be conform team
odiaba
10-1 eti obia owo dollar wo fie no what they call bank? The businessmen no akoto akogufie. You see, people didn't see the strategy. Maybe take them head and say, "Hey, I to force away. Ako eni mianza." Eti oje musa no business obi okokwan so kofa niam ba bia or yes smart bia no ekoto dollar kogu ho. Because yempo October dollar be kosoro. It's $10 ne call 10 cities no 10-1 say who call Bank of Ghana say 10-25 yemfa Bank of Ghana dey no cry here time ne call 10-1 no businessman be or smart be at dollar be go enti we call we do October no na one his dollar akokra niam aba no dollar no hia ne yeketu abi enti pressure na bebe Ghana economy no so no ebe yeketekete we any book bi ma economics book bi no we wo we any economics book bi agifie nyansa se fie nyansa na mapeda tesa yinti
na could it also be say aban no and started say or yes spending because spending in relative to capital expenditure and procurement any idea I was say aban no say or yeah cocoa fertilizers I was here to echiche big project aban car say obeye what you say no I mean you say ashase ya nisa even though you treat your contractors near there now the question is I don't play role now because I mean clearly say won't spend there then unya differentials are unya say
okay I don't focus on buying spending and I mean but it's economics ni be ka a radio so na TV so na the government is not spending but it's MPs ni be kasa Ghana how you trade taxes in area how many percent na buying spending can for attack on 93 until you jije 20 na ukrum ha aban sign the sika no man di pa kakra bia o matua to so is the government spending or the government is not spending government is spending.
No, so salaries you because
but taxes here
yes, but I'm talking in terms of capital investment. Infrastructure say I buy
any the business na you Ghana ha you see hospital e besia abai kwa kotoka alone. So government is spending but a sense said dollar number from kakrenti no
impact in here
and ade ba ko a ato force ye ya aboa ye mpa na say when him said just the mere fact is that dollar the call from no or dimirika ye in meetings with their creditors ne ade no kikiri dollar na call from be do 10 cities work akra na no
estimate your debt ni bi
a debt ni bi almost 38%. Nti Ghana ye ka ye de no or the nyanse atua abaya ntam sika nkotua and only ade say nipa ti ase say dollar na e ba from no e ka na Ghana de nyina
reduce debt no
ateka no so say as a high sense no
and say ye nka 750 another 7
it can da hono nyesa 800 1 trillion de da hono and what e ka no so nti aban na ye relaxed kakra the excess aban we hwe ye 2028 expenditure. Well, President Biya Kase, a do election year on you overspend it. Bahama Okabi joined 2016 but overspend it. Yeah. Wakami or of course Singapore can say overspend it. Definitely overspend it. Because ministries, departments and agencies budgets, you know, who micromanage it, they manage it at their levels. So when they are releasing the money into the public, you, the president, might not know unless you are told. Because president do on take, vice president take. So unless the president is being informed, so this is what is happening. So if you look at it carefully, expenditure and kasani because are buying spending on spending on them. Say health insurance I can't help you. They've cleared it. Contractors no munchi but they've paid more than half. They're clear for you. What they are not doing, say, ora now I'm to was no year. This is how I will say it. I say ora venue na perform. So I'm to was no managing no year ora ni year. Even before Major Crawford or Mako jail no when you can half.
Because on bear collections.
Oh, and the better you near my say, you know, getting. So I think that for now, you job life for my own. Let them do what they are doing. A do maybe a pressure, maybe a pressure to be feared by a coin.
Exactly the point.
Say roads. I buy weighing or marking to the first pressure. Ebe roads. Adriana there ebeba. Eti food and shada may any difficult thing. Bium. Adriana de beba. Enti roads. And afi health. These are the two things that are we checking here. Because a Ghana for no say they was a buying by on chair. And yes, I buy no by Kasabe Nirana helicopter semi eba be boom say bam. And the Ghana for na Obiai Dean Yakote on the air train. So Yan Kebian Shima Tim Akwatia. And see, I'll say, yea, Obi Wua, you was said you be heavy.
Yeah.
Ha. And see, Ghana for Tekakra, and you do September. And see,
first year no more holiday.
And see, September was over 2 minutes, but what I'm saying, you have come for Foucault, Kwame, Kroma, Baby, Bebano, near October. Now you go Brunya. Suppose I'm Kofu in our dream, I could di Brunya. Ye di Brunya where we are. Now you TC 2026. About we pressure, coin. Enti on Tony Boasena on pen Yamangu. Our the best fix your coin. Because me upon junction. You could see how so the major coin. Oh, go more west to major coin. No. Me na me shase. Yeah, just a coin no. Because
what the junction to a synchro go.
Also over there.
Oh yes.
Man one road.
Oh, Taplau.
Oh, you are. And see, Obia a particular road. I want it to but I know you're 2026. And I never getting my buying you very unpopular. No. Omunjai. You want never been getting you wow. Emma, why you're unpopular? We want to answer why you're unpopular.
A bit here.
America, Canada, any Ghana. Why no security system is correct pa?
America, Canada,
any Ghana,
any only Ghana can.
So what did I tell you? Yeah. Okay. It is a car. If you Canada, then you need to be drive a car from Quebec, Ontario, and the baby William,
Drew Ghana,
Drew US. I signed the free baby, and the car could see ship him. My car Drew Ghana, every year to duty. One year, yeah, I mean, car. Emma Abayon popular chain bibia okruma, but people don't know. Now let me tell you. During Rawlins's time, then you see Omkokra troopers, Mokai, Toyota B. And I got a scanning and I buy that Kokra cars. No more packet cars. Cars in your packets, you want to for me 8 years.
Yeah.
What is that? This is your
program.
Car and Emma Rawlins here very unpopular, but the Crawford. And you better see Jayku for time. And you be unpopular kese. I was a Ghana for you in Toyota. And a J a buyer no cover Ford. Some of ya Ford Expedition.
Yeah.
Ford dead J was a cast and I can see
Explorer.
Ghana for say hey Ford the Bo Petrol. And the president before Ford and Kwan or Team Explorer and Expedition. Ford no so more fair. What am I comfortable?
Johnny so.
And Johnny fine. Hey. And a cofa. I brand say you cry me refi today. Oh, for time they're not chichikasi. Hey, yeah, me refi go fade. Wait, near choka. Wait, near cheka. Wait, no mako garage way. We are to talk kasi. No mako some kasi free ho. Wait, we end this ni. No mako some kasi. Yeah, wait, we cry you say one former minister we nam. Nze we talk kasi there and the kasi there mind there. No mako say hey, yeah, when you say kasi you refi abruchiri. And go for we are. And now one more time the ban. And then they I check. What I turn cast one, so some will lose election and tempt them. What do you say? One more turn cast for Kruma? One quite contribute 15% in Akufado. MPP do lose elections because of duty. And this is so by Professor Messi time you win a branch of unity, except Carl Wilson. You remember?
Carl Wilson, yes.
Okay. And also kikiri. The Ghana for Bambu say pine. So yeah, bonnet, say 1 year bonnet, so yeah from so, 1 year from so. They come by here in Ghana say, and go for the Womokas if you are Brucheba, they are Jackas nephew, they are Chicasano, they are Jeffio, Arambwa. Exactly. Okay. Then they go to another time. Yeah, baby, we have tasks crown or much. It is a what the car some see when you see as a buying fresh government, obey on popular term. Obey on popular term.
Interesting.
Obey very you see, and you're never kitting. You need to sit down.
I can't for. Ose,
obey on popular. The next thing is that Ghana for yet me they also do with the board by a better. Unimza. Say and then the Adrian boy at you. That's when you mean a shedipa. Yeah, they are not cheering. But now by the unpopular. Sadia boy dear. Yen found. Enti, who grow one? I dare my buy shall say you're unpopular term. Okay, I said another buy and not started to check us.
Yes.
And I him for crado man to me say opening Munjai cast and cheche. No Munjai Jumano. A one unpopularity they started here, but then people before who. One fan on them. Say I'm an okase. How about who grow one and also my buy unpopular? It's a forcing. When you say practical education, to buy here didn't you say $10 so. $10 so we you know. And also there be yensan kwa habo. Sa Jeben taxes we need Google so na ma ade ne bo kosoro no. Ade ne $1 no na eye. But $1 no so na eje we no. Yensan yi sa taxes no be firo. Na ade ne bo no. Due to the mrafom. Enti won a crack car sema no. Se oni bibi o de pima ban no. Obia okoyi ni niyama ba no. There's another strategy bi omode ba so mu implement side ni say wo mu. Omode ade bi ba ha bo ho. Saban we implemented decided the bomb say wom. Na some fason magana for you relax that. Kewo. I happy and becho.
All right, Kojo.
Sada mekanika so be becho. CPNC.
Well, you're going to be why they win the Akwatia election. I'm getting a lot of messages, but Akwatia is green, and they say they can't catch on that. And he said, yeah, can say, you know, a very clear lawyer Bernhard to be a winning seat, you know, for the NDC. Well,
yeah, on Akwatia, no, send me here to me. I can be last few days since on Akwatia. Captain, I think say a jabba. Eba abawi de unu say Akwatia a Diamond City you know him say a past glory but still ebetumi aka say a kura to diamond
say politicians one Akwatia
yes say there as a industry no egu na galamsey na abe ejuma wo honum nti this election we election say NDC is in government now yet to me and I say NDC MP to me free Akwatia dia but if say use sa akunya we na ye ekashe government say omuma mo ni kwa Akwatia na omuntumi ye developmental project honum especially nyama abetumi employ youth no anama omanya adwuma ye very very important ebese be say we dey election akoye wie anya dey we ni wie nti ye free hona obi a free Akwatia dey be ya rewosem those are my few words last words I'm to make.
But what does this mean for the government and what does it mean for NPP say omontimian retaining seats, you know, for the memory of NSC Akumi? I said earlier say election where you crucial and Crawford fan easy say I mean election but what I was saying was that say a NDC what it means then is a confidence and Crawford Ghana for in the NDC in the last 8 months here one more confidence no so what it means is that I mean by this election no the good people of Ghana approve of their President Mahama NDC again Akwatia the new patriotic party what it means then is a party no reorganization or mobilization any be almost any the impression I mean party no try say omobema Ghana for say Mahama any NDC adada woman no clearly it is telling you say sa agenda no and fire Ghana for nintie and the NPP will have to do a lot of work just to ensure say reorganization no omobetimi mobilize omo a year. And then Oshe Akwatia, it was more or less as if say Afenyo Markin and early discharge, you know, for the new patriotic party. You don't really see the national executives, even though Kodia Koho, Nanabi Koho, but most of the job, no, and Ejumano, Kasepa and Afenyo Markin is the one leading it. And as a minority leader, no, they say Wabefield Masha, but people are equally saying, say, Afenyo are main leader. And what see any D and what baby no any politics. It was more as if Senanko more relevant, but they say oh yin and him nasa near Kotiano in 1 or 2 ways. And how should the two parties, you know, I mean, take this assessment or more a Akwatia through this election or more Timia Mana there the enumerate?
Number one, me I don't see say it will add anything, but it would one make the NDC look like one more strategy say here, Juma. Okay, one. NDC rebranding, no. Yeah, Juma. Part of the rebranding, no. Yeah, Juma. It is working and working so good. The other man say I can say sit in the name Modia.
Yeah. You can say Muyi.
You can say Muyi. Enti Yaje. Yadi. Okay. Question is say, Eban say na Akwatia for Assistant Omonsa. If indeed they voted for the NPP in 2024. Didn't na more Assistant Omonsa. And Omo was buying our power into no Omo pay MP obekwa buying him na obeboa omo kwaben so. This election shows the weakness of the NPP.
Exactly the point I made.
It shows the weakness of the NPP. My minority leader, 8 months ago, he was a majority leader.
Yeah.
And leader of government business. What was say? Almost every corner of Akwatia only did an able.
Yes.
Unlike before, a secretary, chairman, we could by election put the chairman crown could be by election
youth organizer, secretary.
A youth organizer, general secretary, organize pane at the 10 and the econo. Because the cancer is it Aguna East na that time could job and redo tiase. The kwaya Aguna East MPP for teacher in here then buy and on 1 year. Yeah, kwaya no. Could job and redo. That time no local government minister. And then I think the general secretary and then the national organizer. Yet form say could job and redo so don't on Trebian and the wedding. Kakra no beto no one or no be on in such a thing kakra. That's I mean it's real. I mean yeah can baby. Oh, we are. Oh, Momra, here from Hosana. Yedidi. Said the accountant, no, yeah, and would Musa, the BD minister. What's accountant for such a day? Accountant for Yiska. When we fear, because here for her. Oh, yeah. Scared and tables across the video. Media. Accountant for Subai.
MPP were the best finance minister for me.
Oh, no, I mean, he was.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the best finance minister. I mean, we should name 1 or 2 BR. We still can say that he is. Well, party no abre. Senado to be for interim executives. Me menya mo resigning.
From
yeah. Na party they are appointed.
But the question is why cry the bit me yes rescue mission because currently Oshe Omokra AU Mutise Omopeso positions no quite an interesting one still. John Bodu Pesoba national chairman. Any few ones, but I mean, a mood no as compared
general
to the
secretary MPP oh, Bakacho say MPP national organizer, any general secretary. Wona they carry the wind. The wind doesn't carry them.
Parties on their shoulders.
Woman they carry a deal. Then woman is asked tsunami na kofa chama na di umachi.
International organizer bossy Moses Abo Oba. When Moses Abo?
Maybe say
former Greater Accra Regional Youth Organizer of the party. One Casa Unia titles global. I'm sure saying you
these are
the name. I'm just mentioning because we
Titus can be a fine general secretary.
Glover.
Titus Glover can be a fine general secretary or just some percentages of that thing a DD general secretary. National organizer when people know. One consultation. You better on back at the national organizer. No. MPP national organizer DNO, a DB. Miss Minya, not that time, and me 2, my advice and Abia, coming to no for say Uncle General Secretary. And Uncle Tran Laco. Because MPP organizer and fairly pair Asamaba. NDC, the general secretary so fairly pair party number. It's a 2. MPP is the general national organizer. So NDC is the general secretary. So that is why NDC make sure say I said you can say wo boa ye manenko. O the general secretary ni sa in fe parpari dunson. What if na be in fe man I say? Na ka say. What I said, 17 years old as general secretary. Efi Jasikodia, Enfiemua, let Jasikoda Enfi Nakasay. Nakasay. Mitio. So, MPP Copa General National Organizer. MPP National Organizer must be Obia Unim Party no, baby an influence.
But obviously, DIAPP, no, a show interest, no, and I'm able to boss of man. So,
Titus Glover.
I don't pay our name, no.
Okay. So I think that MPP for Nankasan Tomoboas, if your mom your marriage will be a town, will be a town, we ain't Ghana for them Kruma. Ah, and so your motor and what be the eto. Guess you know one at Chinikoba. Petro, you know one eto. It won't be a young so be time. They should sit down. That will be Kasama or Mumfa. Eh? And then answer President Chiubi Trasan and all Casimir say, hey, Uti Tobwasi, Aya Utia, emotions free.
Na ye political party.
Some Mahama catching Nipan no. So Uti Captain, ye emotions free. Na you political party ni sinche ne tia kwa ne ye. Obama solutions.
General Secretary, no, Eugene Ntwisope, former Subin.
Well, Eugene, yeah, bad, but Eugene Koko Hano.
Slighted and so sope.
Eugene Koko, remember Sly ho. Eugene Koko Hano. Also, MPP General Secretary, no who. I say, you will tape you who the tone. You the measure. Eti, wo ba na washe with temperaments. Temperament no what check say, okay, meet me a jai way. Let me jai way. Me, say me per national position be MPP, ma me per general secretary, me per national organizer. Me, say me per national position be MPP ma, ka me per general secretary, me per national chairman, me per national organizer. MPP party no, we a general secretary, you wo some near me big medical car. You need to have a certain strategy, be some aura be around you. Eugene, you're very fine. But Miss Roman on the Koko Hano. Ena, or you will be a. And your radio's not say, or to say me. General Secretary, you was saying you why in Canabonting. So your party General Secretary, I say me why in Canabonting. But be na many Eugene will feel landed bar for frono. Obi DMP no na many samike ni ade restaurant bi share Confanochi teaching hospital in Chemo baby. Yeah no say and you know when I share the strategize as ama kame ya do DMP. So me didn't share din punem pun komo ache. Say wetimi arrange engineer ne ho. Said ya also opade bia ye wo hye obi opade ye pa sankrofo no yenso yakoko hae minyanya nkade we yaye ntem yaye ne ye bo ho nche na ma ne bufu na MPP general secretary die no so wuni akoma wuni sa that stomach ebe pause to do ye be set we general secretary su afidie bebre utom se kukro yenyawo and I mean, so John Woodman told me, or Tom said, Tom. Eugene
or horse,
Eugene, bad.
Could you have best uncle be?
Say Eugene could be a qua. Could you was catching Eugene? And before so the way here, party no mumpe.
Could you was catching Eugene?
Oh, catching Eugene. Baby. Once I usually or the sick or when you landing or the DMP.
And obey say deputy minister.
Oh, say ministry be abo. What abo? But ministry. I say every before ne you work from in the agro. Every before pay here for business oh. And just one more brown more bre pa no. Once I make say e do baby as omo here mental reorientation. I don't know what you say. Opariansa.
Yes, I'm told MP. Obesa baby.
Sir, Opariansa Tissimua.
For General Secretary.
For General Secretary, race in the because Korea would then be contested two
giant
members of parliament. Two former members of parliament. Eugene. Hey, Akufo-Addo boy. Opariansa, hey, Akufo boy.
Is it this all Dr. Baomi aside?
Oh, yeah, me yahu.
One more share Akufo aside.
Oh, yeah, me yahu, unkaya hu. Yeah, me yahu. Opariansa, Akufo boy.
And as lines.
Oh yeah, Kufo boy. Now, on to me fi party munitro ko di ala na chi no. Ka all other things being equal, comparison be di ala na chi. But now on person be fi party de me.
Okay.
What I say, party where you are doing so person di general secretary room. You can't just move like that. Say what I say, and then share one way or the other. Before this one, no, I think he was seen unseen behind Baumia. What I say, but Oparansa or your Kufo boy.
John Bodu to become national chairman.
John Bodu to become national chairman. Atesa.
National chairman.
Atesa.
For the NPP.
Atesa. So Boacheja kwam pam pa say Boacheja ko be jet national chairman there. Heading. Because medical catch us say wo NPP no ade bi wo pre party anymore. They don't know that thing. Boacheja ko tisim say kukuro say open national chairman. Oh, Kewo.
But everybody.
Oh, na make us say oyiniti a. Asasa na what we chire ho. But check that say. Na say kwache no. Wo na ye top forms no. Na ye feeling na ye dey share nsem say masa say kodi na chacha no. That's how we should do to Boacheja.
Because I think they go you know me too. Boacheja and Kwabena Japan. Two of them favorite for the national chairman. But Kwabena still now only the president or person. Yes. Say
what I say. Eti MPP here national chairman or aura. Or what this posture. Ghana ni betimi ahwe no waka say I don't know mo papa ya sam ya say. So when you national chairman or tesa waiting. MPP be dey wapem. MPP be say when you national chairman be ohun. O ti baby a na wo koto aka to say he Haruna Sekuti how o say sorry
ti Boacheja ko ba na chairman Bugabe and vice
Dabi
o say
so kra na ya then MPP na ma say this I know I here we did am say
but say asema ye kai goyo Chairman Mugabe sa ko biem. E na de esi na me ni obi kasa sisi ansa na yeba. O say ade esi wa Akwatia ene between one azokai. It was a show off for the two to position themselves for the election e wo mo anim.
Election me.
Enti enye ade say omo sheda akọ so omo kokonto kwa. It was a planting so omo beye just to improve their popularity.
Ya ko kumasi wo ho. Na ye wa ahojo. E na Chairman Peter McMenu. Obaye otena se no the way Peter McMenu si tena akonya ne so no. Udu wana wo yemasho. Udu wana wo yemasho. As a chairman to who say, hey, Charlie. Chairman, what you say wedding samfunu? So Peter McMahon was style or channel say no say no what him chairman. On say wedding samfunu. No watch on hunya na uko. MPP here that person with that kind of aura. It is a Boacheja ko be kodia.
Boacheja ko beba whether so beba na o ma.
Either Boacheja ko or Chairman Sabonsu.
Chairman Sabonsu.
Yes.
For national chairman.
Yes. May these are the two.
But Chairman Sabonsu they will be on the media. I don't see so beba. But
fashion man.
But
I know they are fashion. Boacheja ko tisim. Nessa Chairman Sabonsu kan wa Boacheja ko be woni.
But Chairman won to me lazy the boot.
Oh please.
So you can't say the people in the race you know. We are aware say for you be a day of
share.
Now Chairman won to me the Ashanti regional chairman. What makes you think so to be national chairman?
Me Ashanti regional chairman for abako nyina. Me ni mo nyina. Me ni wo nyina sai. Me ni wo mo nyina ye adwuma. Chairman FFanto. Chairman Amankwanom. They know me and know me. They know me very well. Which of me ansem 3 million? Want to be nya 1. Aya ye kan no MPP assembly ye kan no. Which FFanto nyansem 3 million? Want to be onya 1.
Yeah, Kotoaba want to me wom.
Which Chama Mankwa Munyansa, Chama Mankwa Nyansa, which 6 million, want to be onya 1.
Who to me by election?
No,
clearly, I mean, or a contender. Of Ashanti region, so
me FF and to a year, Juma. Many FF and to a year, Juma. Many chairman quiet, Juma. Many MPP chairman for a year, Juma. Our Ashanti region. It is a me. I am a MPP as someone tells me, can't say. So want to be do a much chairman on very brutal 41 so or the national chairman. Men can 41 and also. You
want to meet you and we're only happy with you.
41 no munya no one can 9 penal. And the 16 pe. You see, the reality is that
no, I had the actual want to me, but
no, men can someone in contest. Yes, whoever wins, men some in Fahon.
Was you be radio stations for 5 regions?
Where they are, want to me,
to be there.
I think so. I think the NPP should sit down and they should re-engineer the entire cortices of the party. Because sir intellectual position now NDC for taking, it's quite intimidating.
To the extent says lecturers cry a campaign, open campaign.
What did I mention? I say, and some national executives, sir. There should be this kind of personalities. Chebe Sabunsu, I don't know, but it looks like opposition for vice presidential
candidate.
I mean, this is what I see from afar.
Yeah.
But
I thought the chief of staff from Moana.
Me wa fane de Sankamenya on magic party no. Na on restructure party no. But Chebe Sabunsu, so be contesting on Quebec as a woman who on oppose. When you say Chebe, I don't want contest. There will be on Pesade no. On Pesade no. It is Sanka Chebe Sabetimi ako. Dia na koko. But ono ebia onko no. Wache jako de so mo koche no. MPP for no ko fan by force. Enko to forms in shell in some fan mara.
Abra want to me wo ho.
Dabe mi.
Abra chema want to me.
Asaba na okay.
Maminya Juma we mbra na mene Sarah Amankra NDM Combo Embra ono part of the research department the African Electoral Institute.
Me pena semo mami nchi anansa me feeling brutal. Me feeling papa.
Sarah Bibia Boko the Electoral Institute.
Me pena semo mami nchi anansa me feeling brutal. Me feeling papa.
Yes, Sarah Motomenka.
Meteo Kapa.
Very well. And say yeah, say I mean polls about every year, sorting about counting bibia every. So far provisional result no clearly Akwatia attending green. Your observation so far na mintio.
Well, so far, I'm say counting so no a kind say do counting near the end of Basabasayoba. So far so good. Na ye better Akwatia for nyinase. Say ubia hwe say bibia bekoso boko na yenka say Akwatia for enisuba na say Akwatia for ibaba to a of the Basabasayo eneba no. Ye da omase. Say ye kan wi ano ye ka say many police benyi bi kasa pa. No che say o ampa omo ofom ho na ejuma mu di nso no. Omuhwe ama bibia bekoboko ebewie no yenti basabasa yo bia anti da police force ase say omdi osie ayoyo na ne opese omeye no omuyema akosi bebi ayedu sesia.
Generally Ghana for expect to say basabasa yo kakra because nyema yete hu every by election bia but clearly said the yahwe Frianopa ABC enumere no otwe abo apa hu no basabasa yo bia no anko. So will you say, sir, this should be the position going forward? Your call election be no I say unnecessary yetimi conduct your home.
Any day Becca said we are setting standards for ourselves, and this should be the standard for elections going into the future. Boy na say no sa na ebe ndebia na basabasa bia democracy na ye ko enima no na o man so e ko nenim.
But as election watchers, more happy with turnout and the outcome of the result so far.
Turnout in the as is normal. By elections are in Tanya
nipa bebree, and I can say once I do in general election both presidential and parliamentary.
Yes.
And the PNP, so political parties take the step of busing people from their various locations. Maybe I'll be to say me no. If you are Akwatia, unso you think can age man say Kumasi na say other crew for so. And then a working day. Until ye enjoy juma and to hosi ye kwa Akwatia ko to aba keke. But you know say usually general elections no juma bebree emma juma for kwan so mon konko to aba. And a party so making sure say they make sure they get the people to their polling centers or their constituency so to aba. This time I'm man is by election there. If unless while we are determined, nipa bebree na they go by their own resources. Nti me sure say enso ka ho nti na usually yen numbers bebree.
Well, kojo minim o bibi bisana na.
And the biana me penanya no na me bisana sa question way. Senior, yem sa say ya relegate anything for development to elections. As without elections we can't survive. Is there any means, any strategy, anything as a country we can do so that we may not be always depending on elections for development?
As somebody no one wakano. Say as an electorate, ye ka ho amanfo no ye ka ho ntina etisa. Say ye koto abana say yi nkrofo so mundi enim na ompre mpuntuo ni development embra ye importem na say omkodu ho a but then them say we have a responsibility, we hold them accountable. At all times, we should always ensure say we are holding them accountable. But yet to abani we are tiada until say the next 4 years. Oba and again omuba but they share out a few things, CDs and items to us and they to nothing as to abana moment. And see ye ko enim yen kai hu say sikani niama ye free politicians hodibiano. We are setting ourselves back. And see, once I get to a banana from day one, we hold you accountable because we making promises to us. Until I get to a banana say, we're making sure says I promise now we're making no. You live up to it. So this time around, the conversation has been say, oh, any a party wa bemuno, muntu maye because any bit meeting put to aba. Say Akwatia has turned green.
Yes.
The citizens of Akwatia must hold the candidate or the MP elects responsible and accountable. Says I was showing our share near to Abanamao. Nti say and at any point in time we should continue to hold them accountable. Obi can say in between elections so I to say Musa Dankwa pull never out no. Why wouldn't he be doing things like that intermittently? Yeah, in polls in the Yana Sikasem Zoom. Maybe I don't need resources now, but say citizens never started holding accountable. I'm sure say we'll have people who will be willing to ensure say they become potem. I know TV3 has been doing it. Omuko places be break or say what are the development needs? What are some of the areas that the things that they are lacking? And see. Said continuously in holding the political class accountable. I mean, immediately say here in my elections and standard development. At least Akwatia this time around we didn't see some of the things that ACCA previously say.
Yes.
All of a sudden because by elections but this time around the competition has been keen and making sure they hold them accountable.
Senior Medase.
Very well. Sarah, my name was Bibiani Abesa anyway, the Incomobium. Why?
Mateminia.
Very well. And Sarah Mankra, Ada Meneno, Eddie, and Komono na Ono. He's with the African Electoral Institute under Anumri Yenino Eddie and
we're paying too much. I like him. I tell you, I like that young man.
Very solid young man. And say could you akakra collation center hono omo the results ni nyina no akade asiani na afei officially no electoral commission ebetimi declare lawyer Bernard Bediako of the National Democratic Congress ana etimi win the seat. But the amount no provisional and he said kojoka no ashase no Akwatia is green say yeah ka say because of that the kojo say seat that be saying
is this seat in the also I say Bruno
but Melusi count
you see But the man is 40 million there. I am waiting to see down by margin some national elections. No, do Baba NDC national organizer.
Okay.
Sebe Yamin na. I say Yamin is Sasanensa.
Yamin de Matiso is in the board for general secretary.
Okay.
Yes.
So Yamin be called general secretary there.
Matisa is a medium fin so be general secretary. Oyo de dem kind. Likely say if you quite be call for national chairman. Yes. And then some medium fin may come for general secretary position.
I will be in fact. Semi 250 kwete for na year.
Yeah.
Make a chance say onka general secretary.
50 kwete.
Yes.
Na Samidi Mfine Yami me contest no.
Onka general secretary ho. What am I trying to say? Na one pair obi fufro.
For them.
For national chairman.
For national chairman.
Sure. Same is a fine, refined young man. Waye National Communications Officer, and he's a lawyer. He's got a lot of years ahead of him. Unless there's BB, that's why. Otherwise, me, I would advise him to slow down.
Now, uncle for position, bay.
Would he? So pa, undi ne communications director na. Now, after 2028, you know. Now, we're movie called.
A movie called General Secretary?
No, a movie called either General Secretary or if he wants to go to Parliament, then he can consider that.
Okay.
The NDC needs to be extremely strategic politically.
Because I say don't get here because primaries.
Said the we campaign or opposition. A different from what campaign. Now we campaign. And until say Yamin and national organizer ni biuma.
Yeah.
Yebehe.
Yebehe ni po beba na.
Yebehe. Me catch you.
Okay.
Yebehe. As I say, NDC ye extremely extremely strategic. Though 2028 election ya 2 we ya 29 and Sunday no 5 p.m. ya 2 we ya 2028 abana we.
Yenya ntwa 1 year.
David ya 2 we abana ya 2 we. Make sure they be seen na ya 2028 abana we. Mahama nkobium nipo bi obedi Mahama de no. Obe reduce Mahama vote no by 3 between 3% to 3.8%. Okay. So abeba form. As they say, Mahama got 57 something.
It's over 1.6 million.
Yes. Nipe biya on a baby share Mahama 9 no. Obekti Mahama vote in the so. Esobete. Kakra. You know, between 3-4%. Obete so. Basani pa de befem. Beko. Say vote no beti miya kosora chen percentage na meka so obete so na. Ebi jomo national organizer so. And also chairman for ankasa nsheda nya de bia ehu bia. I said nkatia episode oye flag bearer. That is why you saw him very moving open, visible, moving up and down in the campaign. Chairman ankasa de otenafi. Ni ye PM information ni ba. Not actually no afraid organizer, our afraid general secretary, no mass strategize it. Now we moko yemfa we inquire. Minim why Fifi Kwete would want to be a national chairman, but semenya na ubetia onkoso general secretary. Na momu ma ubia enko hanadwe. What I say?
Yeah.
No ma ubia enko ha nadwe. Na wonwa na war chairman no NDC mu dada no. Ompe mu bako. But NDC MP chairman or yes skillful.
Okay.
NDC they should look for a national chairman or yeah brilliant and skillful.
Now, name a Dini so I'm told sir James Klucher Aveji Former Public Accounts Committee.
It will not be good for the NDC.
Papa, no,
strategically.
Okay.
Strategically, it will not be good for NDC. So if you have a court, now as General Secretary, they can have another Votarian as National Chairman.
Okay, that's correct. It's two major positions.
Yes, it can be called EMFA.
Okay.
Also, NDC is not like MPP. NDC no a community team. Into Wefia. NDC a community team. MPP a community team. MPP a centralized team. And you can even have a national chairman who is an Akan and the general secretary
a Votarian.
An Akan. They don't mind.
Okay, for the NPP.
Yes, they don't mind. Just that say Bakube Fia Eastern region, never Bakube Ashanti, no way fear. But to have Fifi Fiave, so Ebia Onko or better was general secretary. Now
James
the average is so bad as national chairman. You cannot have them. Yeah, EMFA.
Because Ocean clearly, and somebody like Guzitano Ewoho, but per the analysis I want to make is here, and Guzin so bad. What it means is a EMFA because you have him coming from the voter region, Fifi Kwete as well, coming from the voter region. Guzi would have been a perfect person.
Guzitano would not be bad because he's not been seen too much as an away. What I say? You won't too much as an away, even though nefa ifriho. So Fifi Fiavekote, minim se Guzitano beba there. Fifi Fiavekote and Guzitano, it will be a dangerous pair, I tell you.
Combination.
Would a day.
But I say Abanga and Sobeba, so ni Mabanga.
First vice. Minu anonka first vice. You see, I don't know how.
Very young.
Politics, no, I was said yet here, and people must see it that way. They don't just, you don't just move from here to there. No. JH means an uncle president Eddie when you know. Went to my flag bearer, or the MPD, the senior minister, deep and baby tonight, Adrian. Eti say no utimi hu won a EP positions wo MPP and this dey nche dan yi ni TV asa say Yamin be ko general secretary a nipa tu bi amate so munyom be ko MPP general NDC general secretary ni bi no Yamin be lucy
ane ye hwan
memmo
but we you was say any Ghana phone e di nko
Yamin be lucy
for general secretary.
Say Fifi Antiasie. Na Okaso beko national chairman na say movie honor. Na say Sami Jemfi any Yamin contestant Sami Jemfi be BT Yamin
to general secretary.
Yes. Obi no. But
they are also from the same group. Unim so omo nyina are the same group. Yes, the same block.
But me no, I would advise him say untitia break so.
On train.
Untitia break so. Titia break so kakra. Enti womu parties ni mienu ni nyina no. The owa sempa se no. Eye MPP. Na me hwe names na yi wo muti ba na wo pe national executives na. Charlie
ense wo nkran yo.
Oh Charlie. Bra. So yetimima Samia Wuku ejai MPD be di general secretary na yeyi a.
Kayemfa
Samia Wuku be di general secretary.
But ono kranzo minimum de krontia o DMP. O DMP as a
there is or presidential ambition.
Ogu.
Se washa Rollins
Ogu.
Ono ofemu fala no koe. We Rollins Friwa in the Fourth Republic nipa undi MP da OD president John Evans Mills. or struggle kakra. That is why Rollins realized that Semema will call contest, I'll be lose because we don't have a constituency.
Yeah.
People don't understand why Rollins could pay at Tamil since I was Swedro. Then yes, Rollins and percent this for call presidential primary so. But he realized that Professor Mills only constituency.
To only base.
Only base.
Our party.
You want Crawford on your MP, but our base.
And that challenge may be what Dr. Baumia.
Wo MP, wo base. Me MP, me base.
Yeah.
What I say? Professor Mills no ni base. Inti Rollins yeah the calculation no who say no. Say me man call presidential prime minister or very report all. Inti me yanko Swedro. Wo de dimachi ye koye ya de ye kwa me ye bibi. What are you going to do? Oh, come on, no page up this I say me ni hwa. Kewu wona woko. Rollins a page and sa. Wona me ko kan dey. Wo founder and leader. I can't say when to say. We had an unquestioned and no form. Okay. Eti Mills dear no Rollins ne boa no twifa sa problem ni na so. Afei edu Alan so no. Alan ne bra wa bra wa MPP mu nyina nyese nkrofo penasemo Alan ni base.
Because on call part.
This is the truth. Listen. Me pala na sem. Ya ye adwuma man da. But let me tell you, Alan ni base. Only constituency. In the MPP, only constituency.
But I'm sure, sir, he should have known this all these years. Yes.
Baumia, only constituency. Only base. Sadia wedding. One say time now. Nana do overhaul Baumia from Bank of Ghana. No,
yeah.
No only base.
Party him.
That people didn't know him. Time now, Nana do ever Baumia na be a popular chain Baumia. Even now, Grammy a popular channel. Just the fact that we're the vice president. Only base. Enti Samia Uku no a base. Once we did youth organizer.
Yeah.
Why say we're building the CV MPP. He's done a good job. So as an MP, Kojo Ponkroma so presidential ambition. One mun your party ni mo mbedi. Kojo Ponkroma, Samia Uku. Umi no mbeba between kwan no so. Kojo Ponkroma, Samia Uku, akura pobiem. Wow. Omo afenyo marking. Afenyo only see the boot. And yes, I see you.
Okay.
And yes, I see you. Oh. When you sound not president, president already, you don't know.
Another president. Oh yes. Peter. Patrick Boama.
Patrick Boama. Okay, we hold the side, no. And also, fine man. And see, yeni mo. And then this has so yeni mo. Ye na ebe she on kwantana so.
Obi so be boy free baby.
Na head the strategy was wrong.
Obi so be boy free baby be room.
So what would I mention na say? Also say Ghana for eti ade na se bank kakra say politics na ngi sika biom. Unlike before. And see sana agronte. I think say Samuel couldn't mean few horse as a member of parliament and be the general secretary. And Kayamanin unopposed. Double a change Jakwan now say Chairman Sabunsu, national chairman, unopposed. Now you're national organizer or you'll be a national organizer. Udia be na you're man or Baba co deputy, Bema Bako deputy. You're man 2 deputies or Baba ko Bema Bako. Obano, Umfi Western region. Nanka Bema no, any of the regions.
Now youth organizer.
Oh, youth organizer there can be anything, anybody. Youth organizer ankasa there. We because youth organizer, no national organizer, no actual Sequahana Woko. What I say? But I don't know, I'm saying, Abanga Niniano.
Obesaba.
Yeah, sure, definitely.
And a Dennis Beba.
Well, Dennis. Dennis is obeying the Tiaba. Oh, see, you when I sit down and I watch, I can tell, say, yeni, but what is the plan? What's the strategy?
Okay.
You see, winning elections is different from working to win political power for your political party. 2 different games altogether. Are they BT MPP 2020 no 2020 elections na ankasa na da ho no so ye kan no kora pass pa woman na say ke run off
2024
2020 asem na make
2020
oh
okay
that election na wo ho no in reality obi awone
oh but say unya president too
oh chief okay 2000 America elections no Florida so dem dey go see here etoda na yesi gonwa ohu na wadweno man ho kayu ebeba koma yemra na we koma yaba but what trust na wo hwe resource ni yie pa me declare you MPP for my soldier for 8 eno mbom ho ban obidi nse huna am started say make wo mo draw mo mako sam hwe na aka me nko a go for you. But yeah, not coming. So I think that yenya MPP 4 list no. Then we can do a proper analysis. But just on the hand side, I can tell you, Wuntumi will be the West National Chairman for the NPP.
For the NPP. Very well.
It was already Nankasano. And Nema, why you know? And the one and him no. M1. M1. Ashanti region hono okobelu supoto.
Akoka betuno.
Oh. That's a Koka de facto regional chairman.
Regional chairman or train keke.
Koka betuno. And I said I tell them Koka be the national chairman and now won't make Ashanti region way. Na Napo yede.
Napo.
How much national chairman hey?
Napo. Machopoku prempe. Oh, but so besa about. Running mate.
Asa.
Besa fan, yes.
Nkofo be review mu.
Napo be running mate oberi.
I'm so omo peri pa o.
No, I won't say on one the next person. But the question is that say Utimima Dr. Bawumia a second chance. Why wouldn't you want to say Obama Napo second chance? Go you? And obviously Obama na obi yime asutre say unim bigedu unim no bigedu unim no
bigedu
NDC
bigedu
regional chairman for Western North unim no a contractor, a very astute person. He's the owner of Calf University.
Obeba
national chairman, I'm told. Yes, Opesoba national chairman. And bigedu so come for the NDC.
Jimmy national chairman.
Oh, a fine gentleman. Very calm.
Very
Ompen who asem so. Bigedu beba.
Debio, chairman dear politics here. Umpen once ma unye biu. That's Open Wasem. I will look for him. Namahade. Also, NDC were a very good position to say.
Yes.
They only have to manage it. No man say no. Because it's early days yet. I feel we try 1 year. Meaning, who say this year as soon. Check 3 years.
Now, conversation I have is for interest.
Sure.
They say I'm so be data and the messages are and for the mamma. Now people are telling me that when the NPP people Mumpio, Eugene Boachenchu is going to be the next general secretary.
Oh no. I don't know.
I've
said it. I've told you, Eugene is a fine gentleman.
Yes.
He only have to manage his temperament.
His anger,
That's all.
Okay.
He's a fine gentleman. And I also Wabin, Eugene Abin.
And then Jumanu so bet me aye.
Eugene Abin. It's the fan says Eugene. And the Fifi Kwete, Ete, Unia, TV3, and any other station. So you can feel this and Krachisem Kakra glowing. You know, you can see it. And you say, Ubi abit me try say, or shiny ubi be overshadow ubi. Only thing I may time I no. Or check here no we are. You'll be a fine. And despite everything, usually you'll be a ohun we chisitria. Obepe say ono be di kan ya ben. Just that I said that the D7 kakra will 3 moon and abrochino, but openipa.
Okay.
What said the Eugene said? Eugene will look at you. So we be pa. We know from outsider. Who near maybe a wunimu. So we be Eugene. We try to make a commodeo. And on can't say commodeo. But one say did the yanko. Say the Eugene here. Gina did the yanko.
Sir, Komoya ye no Grofo to chat tape the you over the campaign.
Maybe the mechanic credit will got me silent here.
Grofo
so farmers about when election.
Of course.
When Tim so be
say the way you know Komoya ye di I mean objectivity unless who ha on pedo.
By your country record so say Chairman Azoka any booker was a boot and talk on
chairman
one more planning.
One more planning.
One more share that.
Send it there you kaka.
Almost share
almost share yes
almost share home and to say we are party we are MPP ni we are this not all no adwin you say wokoko ho ntoko jai almost share they plan say you kwai be then share that you say you are creating ntoko na say that be me call first vice, also call first vice, party for the better amount, and no, strategy, and send to Kobe and see.
Now, Obi said the message, Madame Fubi or Belgium. As the speaker tells Matt that if Napo becomes the next running mate to Dr. Baumia, I will come and contest an election.
And that's what candidate. You see, me, I don't know how.
Napo,
Debbie, you can't rebrand Napo. Debbie.
Obi a wode na contest.
You see, Napo is actually unbrandable.
O branding Napo again.
You can't you can't
Matthew Opoku Prempe
you can't rebrand Napo.
You Matthew Opoku Prempe
for any political presidential slot in this country. I'm telling you. You see, he shot himself dead. Napo shot himself dead. Who pass the CIA? I no can say. But then cover form so person or presidential race upon cover form. Upon cover form.
So person oba obelusu.
National chairman.
Bigedu.
Bigedu. Oh, Council of State.
Council of State member, Western North.
Oh, okay. For national chairman.
For NDC. National chairman, NDC.
Obewini.
Bigedu ba Obewini.
Obewini, but
we didn't swatch you. So you see, before I beche Western Region Mono, okay? He was one time Western Regional chairman of the party. And Lucy to Nanatoku again. And Sana 2018, he divided region into two. And he was Ababeye 2-term regional chairman for the Western North. Clearly, no, they say region, no, I think so Okra 7 out of 8 or so, or 8 out of 9 constituencies in the Western North region. And he clearly, no, in the NDC, the microphone at the national level, especially.
Me, mum, dear. NDC executives are. I think they need to take their time, screen, and get them.
Okay.
That will also decide whether or yes they'll be able to win 2032 elections or not. But by 2032, not MPP ni NDC, and why time?
By 2032.
By 2032.
The country.
These two political parties, they need to be 101% careful. Otherwise, both parties will go to opposition.
By 2032.
By 2032, year when him here.
Okay.
Assemble two parties in the middle. They know. You think they don't know? They know.
And when they be alternative, no? About your a political party.
They know.
It's a movement for change, you know, will transition to become a political party.
You see, let me advise.
Chair down so I don't know
Alan MP Council of State to be non-quiet.
Alan Chematin.
Yeah.
Uncle the Council of State. Oh, go you want to no, oh,
Council of State, there's all co-elections are winning. Okay? Alan should strategize. No one day still. But I think that
the career Nessie.
No, that grace now no what's over between the president. No.
A free
sir. He should forget it. I'm telling you. He should forget it. No. He should forget it. Aje party si mi no ba kusud mu. Etam ni so the flag bearer by force. And this Alan should forget it. Me na make a show.
Into a on one party cry
as a signal a friend Ghana na yet so no ho. So wunni mu asase ni yi a. Be mo boss e. Me na make a show. Alan Umpe Council of State be. Mama between yeah on your Council of State member. And I say yes I get a high commissioner be.
Don't cut in a brooch.
Because I yes sir. Ma so ebia on say sikabia what the day. Ebia Alan bu sikabi o hwa. And we person the be politics and kwa ntia and fan ho. But me person me tuneful. Unforget it. So better party no up a new face there. And a born no ankasa. No, I had to say Rollins, Godfather. May a founder, but I have a presidential candidate. Then that will be fine.
Because I'm told some political party in the Omasha share them. And Boniface, one Casa near Boniface, Ebubaka Sadiq, national chairman for that particular party.
Alan.
Yeah, Kase.
Alan Ijina only 100,000 votes.
Or say Ijina be moi.
Me say Alan. Presidential election, only 100,000 votes. Opa entonchia. 2024, me catch them mufia say 90,000 onya. Who say
36,000, right?
Onya say
36,000.
Mo.
Alan, who's not the national organizer?
Alan onya 100,000 votes. Onya 100,000 votes. Onya 100,000. Yeah. Party ni mi no na wo ho no ho NDC ni MPP no wo mo ye papa ba akoma but from different mothers enta ye muja kro na wo mu just that say wo mo no ye necessary because we mamini that's all. MPP fo an kasa wo MPP mu no o ma poalan
I'm
telling you. And he needs somebody to sit right before him and tell him the plain truth. I
say amnesty or horse say uncle bet me about back.
So oba back there. Say oba MPP back there. Let's say MPP for be penema flag bearer there. He can make an impact.
But it looks as if uncle when people munso uncle your favorite say
but say Alan is a quite political party after Fafanto yellow. Oh, Atessa. Atessa.
But party did go you there party the member party
no party
they are told say Omwate we are told Omwate party no them
so MPP no
was it
MPP no
okay. Enti omo train documentation no enti
movement patriotic party
minyan hu
MPP ananya no
enti Boniface
the omo provisional certificate no
Boniface national
ananya no
de uni na okay Boniface, national chairman, Yabo Abia Samoa will become general secretary.
Yabo Abia Samoa, the head of the MP.
Former
vice president.
Former Adenta MP.
Oh, former vice president, name spokesperson.
Former vice president there here.
Oh no. Yeah, you are spokesperson. And you're now okay.
General secretary. So dear. And we are now a Solomon Usu Ababe, a national communication director. Now, if be a Hobsona Doyer should be national organizer. Now, almost a Shanesa. Nanka Denta Kumida Suha, Nanka the national youth organizer and their man. But say, you know, on what free Babi Diba or Miachi, and youth organizer, no, they may want to look for somebody new. But Alan so running mates no, and at any point in time.
Well, it's good. Political parties no be any to be any BB. But
don't want to show them na make a show.
Boss, let me repeat. Alan ye flag bearer only 100,000 votes.
It's manen continue sikengu.
Oh. Yeah. Urim say ye di kufuechi no. Ye de any Alan. Ah. Ye ne ye Alan. May catch no plane. But Sir Grace na the president no if Alan in 7. Me na me catch no. Eko.
But the Grace in kwa, how would the Grace no come back at the time of joining the NPP and
NDC? Say ya me te hey. Na obite baby ebia o kan news crowd radio station be wa wu hunu so na say Captain Smart ni ho so me koye paache u free preko pe pause a moja be tu ade a part ndi yala na eya. I'm telling you. And near my call Alan Kojocha Martin and no. Say, see a canning now, a bontia. One shall nip you who share one bontia, which shall crowd one just so. Alan was maltreated, malhandled, and a lot. But necessary coming.
Not in a party.
Madam Catcher, hey, our Arabia channel. It takes two foolish people to stay married. It takes two foolish people to stay married. I'm telling you today. It is a unyanya pe aware no begu.
Obi ani ate.
Aha. Nte nyansafo mienu nware. Nti say you two fukura wa ware say so ese ba koye kwasea. Enche se koye kwasea sebe. Na ade no eya. He. When ma say wo ka cheje ekufo. 1998. Prime Minister no. Na no JH Mensa. JH Mensa oye kufu akonta wanka che kufu so rotten cassava. Obie na no ne se bia sa patam. Asama na yase wakunta. Wunia ba.
Nikunu.
But then they see after elections. Kufu aye JH Mensa senior minister. Sama na company kafa Kufu. It was plain insult. You just after do baby 1998 do baby no na sanka na sanka na kana but wo hosa no ruma na kasa Kufu na kasa no atutu akoma me election what did he do Nanado attorney general about foreign affairs minister disrespect name insult ne sa niam ni nyina echi no Kufu meneye eti eniam ni bi wo ho a eya pa ba de sese wo mene ndema mo mni ya ala no me sese me ka bi wa fidie so abeka so kojo we de anya no kore na ebi ya but necessary many because that was the trying political moment of Alan Chamatin.
But when Timi and sustaining.
When Timi and manage, you want sustaining po. Ena Marizani Masaba Masako
Oba Samba
Oba Hin Oba Party no mobile Oba Samba MPP Alan Masako MPP.
And I don't know about any of the political parties okay.
Office MPP before Bejino. No my
amnesty.
No my flag bearer.
Omo grant amnesty. Enti say okay. Ono aya assessment no pair. Enti me asaya.
Enti osan kwa no go di position me.
Na position baby no pair.
Say amnesty. Say Omo grant amnesty no.
Yes. Unja 2 years
NSC
contest.
NSC ya me no ka say Alan we di say. Alan only 60 only anya fe we di 50. Enti udi 2 years and I'll bet to have a contest for another position.
Yes.
Your friend Alan was 70. She said, Alan Chamatin, I was 70 years. What then are you saying? Are we saying, sir, Alan, on some after 2 years, the Wasako contested, how is that going to be possible? So, amnesty, your criticism will be ambassador by your move to be to me and Kosoro. But Alan will never return to the NPP.
Okay.
Okay? Okay. Say, Alan, moment to be in your 50,000-60,000 votes. Over 2028 election. They should concentrate on just one region. Yako kumase me catch them almost say Alan on to me shatter MPP votes in Ashanti region. It is rather NDC. And I bet dissipate MPP votes in Ashanti region. Now, before we bring to myself, when your political science lecturers and Adam say, yeah, and your book mu politics na make camp ground
from there.
Alan on to me shatter MPP votes or baby on to me because NPP votes are consolidated, are static. NDC votes are dynamic. Parties remain no one. You must know them all and how to deal with them. MPP votes are static.
The money, yes, sir.
Sada Suditia mean to me mentioning now. I am party in penny for be to me a lie. NDC votes are dynamic. It's me movie. It is a. When you want to say, who breaking MPP voter, I just end this in a bit to break. Alan, won't mean breaking MPP votes. I'm telling you. Onya say
36,000.
The whole country. Now me cross to me morning show. Many 20,000. Hear me. Peter, me never if you had 20K. 20K. Nipa 20,000. We want to do music koto data. Nobody ever hear me. Now whole Alan Chamate onya 36,000. And do bad to my constituency kura. So on the party no. Now only the brain behind it. Non penkro fonko. Because Alan of 2028 only 100,000 votes. Super into chair. Because 2028 abani ya 12 ya on Sunday 5 p.m. They says to 2028 about ya 12 ye. Ye to ya to Sunday ye twem 5 p.m. Obesa utimu asempa Prophet small boy bi okrum ha your friend Uche what did that?
Yes.
Ko hwe na obeka ba to no asema kire wo. Ya 12 ye.
All right.
Ala no nya 100,000 2028 to nya. Sa 100,000 na. We nya ye no. Sofo
Trabosum nya.
Benya no 2020 no.
Yeah.
Nanka ya land ya. Near the zeros no be 2 bi aka ho. Akore nim. Nanka we tibia be ye a decider. But 2020 elections, no. MPP for Alan Buga were them, but where who? And I don't board Buga. I were them, where who? Prime Minister, no, say. Check it. Check it. In terms of percentage, what do you say, Canada, Japan, Yadech, Alan?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Trust na yes. And the time I'm say you nua penny back one person me buni di na so your poll star say dey o krum ha me mo bi edi on
I benefit
minim
I benefit
I don't know minim so your poll star na ba me ba win election we na Alan be ya de power shantage me say that me stress
I benefit now can I
me mo bi edi me come asem
na say posters e okrom ha dey anymore.
And I was like, Alan, many hopes are not here. Because I say 90,000 votes to grow. Alan don't break MPP votes. I was chanting because MPP market was some votes no. A static, a consolidated. NDC votes are dynamic. Anytime I catch was NDC for no NDC I can say election winning machine. Alan didn't mean break NDC votes. I will vote region that on to me.
But I say or not your favorite or
on to me
in the voter region.
Or not your favorite. I will voter MPP.
Okay.
Time and not contest ne Kosomo. Aha. Sankalan
Belidi. But not general election.
Sankalan Belidi MPP. 2008. No. 2008. Kufokono. Sa Alan Baya. MPP and co-position. Because let me tell you, Sankaye Alan, Enna, a car just 20,000 votes. Kafarijan the best also.
Okay.
Oh, but elections are 2 o'clock. Hano, Ebian why you free and fair. Aya, can't crow Krumhow. The free and fair. Election to be born in Papa to work, pick up bucket to Popo no free fair me. And so I wouldn't say as figures.
When they say see, but
Opa penny paper says here. Natural 301 mam says here. I mean, show what you have. Opa for penny paper, bra. So 301 member figure for process here.
Well, you mean phone call that way?
Enti.
I don't pay me samba.
Yeah, catch a bra penny. Me cry me wafa no. Me papa don't know. Say, ote party na oma obi fufro.
En
leading on treachery.
But as it stands, no one bit me I say.
Oh, I know there you almost them. The next party at that for Rebecca was a Convention People's Party.
CPP.
I'm telling you.
Omo de say gu ana.
Engu ye.
E da so ho.
CPP engu yo.
Mo ho.
CPP engu yo. CPP engu yo.
Newe.
CPP engu yo. CPP engu yo. CPP engu yo.
Na kojo party the way.
CPP engu yo.
Leadership newe.
Okay. Someone say engu.
I say yenti omonka bi.
Ye ka say
CPP ne hwan.
Ye can return as say. Return.
Ta obi samba. Ana bibi samba.
Okay.
But say what you atum say egu no.
Debut ye ka say return. HSA.
Bibi a samba.
Bibi a ababium. And yes say samba. Ababium.
No ceremony there.
Engu yo.
CPP. When you CPP say at high party, how Mr. Ghana Libya so be just say CPP dey say go.
Hwe. Problem a CPP nya ye say. Leadership and was CPP to 2024 elections no. Woman to CPP sunsum na say. CPP spirit bi wo mu. One National Executives na no mu party headquarters woli na no bi anti ase. Because I better send an NDC for the Kutuya CPP party headquarters. Omo rent ma omo.
And not just a party nego. Nipa nim.
Engui.
Na nipa na mo dey party.
One no mo dey anim no mo CPP sunsum na se. Now they're train abi.
CPP.
Wo dey train.
The boys in the say for running mate to uncle.
Yes, a man co.
And then see it.
They see here say.
But you go. No, why you matter to us before running mate na say one year. And then he see.
What say? Edu baby no.
Those boys in this.
No, me try me be
matter to
about the political prostitution of the Convention People's Party.
Okay.
It should be about that. Because said they should stop the political prostitution. Because they do baby no. Let's CPP party they train MPP. Fremont Pare. So be more musical campaign.
Chief of staff.
What them John say? And I was like, really?
That's a party in your resourceful. Nipa nim, sika nim. I mean, nipa ne woman no
sika.
Omo your resourceful. Na campaign yes can idea.
What pap my CPP position in of which very soon we won't go for this sika be kwa CPP. What do you say? It is the most it is the most popular but silent political party in Ghana. CPP is popular than NDC. CPP is popular than MPP, but it is silent. Because every single individual in this country in CPP, just that it is silent. So, make strategies no ha.
The next flag bearer of the CPP. Captain Kojo Smart.
Me ye family no. Asama MPP for catch Mame Sapon Kuma say. So I for Captain Smart to running mate there. Yeah, ma osika campaign. Mumu sansa mo.
Oh, asama mo catch
Oh,
for 2024 election.
Na me kan sama mi so asama me kan sama mabodin. Me am di wom no no one di wom. Say yeah, ma osika anya campaign. Unya tro. Na also pesika to kwaya campaign. Nti do baby na CPP ni ye WhatsApp campaign. Facebook.
Enti musika namba.
Some enti
yes that mo send blood.
It's a your number they are do amount
broadcast messages.
Now we depend on yes can control data. Why hold you amount no better than
when I'm person with the winning election.
They said in 2024. So I say CPP
broadcast messages.
Enti and I'm sure they didn't say no. Me to us no. Me pese me enti wo shine beyira. I'm saying maybe mo de what am ko pesika ko ye mo campaign
mo ko jemra
but there shame in say e UP fo ya na say CPP enye this na say CPP se Kwame Nkrumah nkrofo ye num say sa nkrofo we ye corner say am prepare embobo ya chi anye ye den ani si ya ankan si ani ma ya mpam Nkrumah efi o mem ha ka CPP njija say na we nyina chino ha na say ye twen MPP but na finance CPP as it me a campaign
bakojo unim saade we nyina unim history we enim track record we den na wo ko join the UP tradition
me MPP party card we
enanya wa na so ye MPP ni
and I'm party card we
na me na obizame ente we
Kufuor so ba Rollins ha kakra no ye this ni
yes obedi position cry
that's right no call here Kwame Nkrumah oko UGCC ebe wu UP ofimu na bete ha nti ukosuon no hu msuban na no ba back so what did I make sure that say Kwame wengu UGCC no ni nyansa chen wonyina
wengu UGCC no
wengu so te no
obi a wo brochire party yet you won't come. You have to be general. Now by what better one.
I saw a game. And my jam UGCC amamo. And I'm going no. Me train mo na mo gu no.
So what trade dom ko.
Na minim nyansa ka dom ni di machi. Minim nyansa nti. Me free station bi na me the audience ko. Cause who presenter no better wa we and I say hello honorable Debbie. hello honorable mon. Oh, Peter Nas. Hello honorable mon to assembly.
Intremuni there.
So what I say? Let me feel this is no. I don't know that permanent mention am do man dey boy. It me yabesi say look, if the CPP will even flirt with any political party,
not the NPP.
Not the NPP. If the Convention People's Party will want to go into political prostitution, it should never be the NPP. Because time BS CPP, any MPP be called Nakrana no. Party the vote the timber from or except all.
It will say CPP no besa sorry beam.
Typical 1992. What happened? The then national chairman of the CPP or make a pronouncement GBC. So only then and for no Professor Dubois then a two party. Then a two party. Huh? The only time a CPP who be ya kono kakra. 2000. But let me tell you what happened. And it was J.S. Kufuor's decision. Say MPP and contested because let me tell you, and then I mean, say 2000 elections no. Maybe a call ya buy ya, and maybe a call rule ya buy ya. You feel from buy. Emuluman can't say Mubian contested. Elembele Mugabe. I was our constituency. People don't understand. Don't forget, say, our constituency in Kwame. So, may catch on the plane. To me, be here, Juma, baby. To me, power be here, Juma, baby. Soon be here, Juma, baby. Utia. Now, when I know why I cannot, but Nipani TF BB form. From Bontuku to Mali, from Mali to Singapore, from Singapore, Senegal, from Senegal to Togo back to Ghana. Then Kufuor said that no way. We'll be uncontested. Yenja Kwame Nkrumah Samra. Bankofo Antiase. NMA Elembele Mugabe. Edibedi MP. Meboa. Sesai. On the sea. 2004. CDP yo madwin say on do montema betare MPP hu then a two party no ko check record no. Sure Professor Heye and then in Kao 2008 Pako Sinu Nkro ko hin ofi ha no be se ko PPP then in Ka for sa wonim say am no ka say se Kufuor ka cho say ne honhom mpaade we wo party MPP mu a ese nipa trans no mo twene hono mu jai Kwame Nkrumah ante se we asi be say manyame so be bofofora he would never like the UP tradition. It is a way CPP near. You don't have to sell the image of the CPP to UP tradition. No, don't do that. Because Obiano wa MPP leader wa kanse papa fa Kwame Nkrumah da. J Kufuor the later Asante Hemana catcher say ye Kwame Nkrumah no. So we nya sem papa bi an camp tin yi. Asema Asante Hemana kan na afia ko bi ampem. O say nana we kura aya unya aduane abrembi. O say ye Kwame Nkrumah no. So we nya sem papa bi an camp fa ne ho a enka sem bi aso mfa ne ho. Kufuor 8 years what is all Kwame Nkrumah sem da o kana no tum. What the Kwame Nkrumah diagram I'm telling you, political career away. That's what I'm telling you, Napo, Wakana Tukuta, or Paonum Petro Kumain, or Bene and Hukuta and Da, Wakana Tukuta. Madam Kacha,
Kwame Nkrumah statement.
That statement alone, I don't know what is 7% if you won't vote to move. I don't know Napo be an MPP lose election. Napo na lose can you 7%. Straight. Because Makacho said, CPP is the most popular but silent political party. Ghana ni biya your CPP new. But will be a trend da CPP.
A bear rising.
Be unity. Every ho. Na fe yen say CPP unity. Na ye na ye koro. Enti no yen ko fa yen tema ko tie UP fu hu biom. So ate. Baamia So almost I can naipe. Yeah, CPP. I can 60. They jet to. But yeah, sister na ye peno. Say sorry, ebeba ntamacha 9.
I see.
But Commercial People's Party enguye.
Ebesaba. Well, I was here by that was it. Anyway, na yatire mu ache. As I said, yes, sorry, na yetu we say. Enti Akwatia by election no die kosi ya no now. Lawyer Bernard Bediako is the newly elected member of parliament for a year, the Akwatia constituency. In a by-election, and fiercely contested one. Enti ma yemfa wunsi onua free aropa ana ye ne o ehya se JB any team no e buy and which you know new team no buy at the 12 midday news at the bro and which ni be so mo yatene mo to this time as I said yes sorry so na anopa yasan so anyway share bim kodwo beba match so na we share me e wo yensempa so on 95.1 kodwo ma yen sorry so ne
Minia ti ma yenda obi ase na kachalan se sika kakra ho no onfama nana no mu me kan kure na chero
enti mo awoje bre e hwe ye etie ye live on radio nyina no ye da wase
me minchia Kobe Asante Kotoko no 246 to have a view. Ira, I love your silence. And Yamishao. Nipa minu na ekontokwa. Between mini na ebetimi ako. Se me to the blow. No so on to bia. Hwan na eko. Ye chimi e beka cho se me assault no. Aha. Nipa minu na eko. Ti ma ba konko. Ba le nkoso nkosa.
It is not about the 200 Ghana, 1,000 Ghana, 800 Ghana you get today, but it's about abana wotoro and one sun sanso. Because you see, the reason why Tomokasa say when you say Oma Paba, the kind of lies politicians are catching. So all that the politicians and I'm going to be specific. MPP4 from 1996, they have never had a message. It's a good for the mobile power no, because Bawumia is a liar. Kennedy Japan is a liar. Brian Champon is a liar. MPP because they did not have any message for Ghana for no. All that they did in the 8 years was to keep feeding people with bribes, money. And you could see that from 2020, Ghanaians under Akufo-Addo and Bawumia, people did not really care about the message. People did not really care about who this politician is, what he represents, what he can do. The belief in the party and the government in power. What people cared about was that give me money and I'll give you vote. Now, and no MPP for etumide kata omoboneso. It is all sure. Election 2020, the MPP lost the elections. Majority of the people come to Obama MPP in 2020. No, you could see said they didn't vote because of a message. They didn't vote because of performance. They voted because somebody told them say form of nana. And when the person was coming to tell them form of nanano or the sikane maomo. Into that these people were not asking, I don't know when you juma maha, I don't know when see school, I don't know agenda 111 1 year, okay, so be create juma, okay, so be see 350 senior high schools. Okay, say the people refused to ask those questions because sikane ba even though they knew their problems, they ignored their problems. Into for 8 years, the people knew their problems, but MPP always found a way to use money to cover up their problems. And it's not ending. I bet at this point, we need to let the people know, say, it is your vote that can, at the end of the day, solve your problems. It is a way to me and Tuabano. It's going to be tough for you because nobody in this government, in this NDC government, is going to come lie to you that Jessica Neko Tuaba Abra or news on to me the onion mouth. I'm saying this because something has happened, Akwatia, and I want to tell Akwatia for say, me as Kevin Taylor, I really respect the decision they've made today. And me follow election very well. Joy News, CV3, all platforms. I was monitoring. And what I was looking out for is that I wanted to hear the people, almost concerns, if they still have belief in politicians. And one thing I came across a lot, Joy News 4, TV3 4, all the TV stations were at Akwatia. The people don't really have a problem. The people believe in this government. But the people need something that will cement their decision of trusting the NDC. Akwatia for Imebru no mo when they look at MPP ni NDC, almost some belief we John Mahama ni NDC. They believe say the two parties say omo be better obako so pass 1 to 10 omo to obom kra bia 2% omo nim say NDC ne beye. But you see, they have gone through a regime ama abeye difficult for them to sit and actually say I believe in this party, I believe in this government. They are trying to believe. Aba we no mo to no eye ababia omudi free some special part e wo makumem. And it is obia, it is obi opese osakra. Obia opese osakra na oja nyoma bi o ye no kodi nyame echi. Enya one day no the sakra. It takes them time. So sofu kura jira de nim ka chan say ende ya bo wesu. Na what's saubra okra na waje nkwa ye Yesu. Wasakra mum, but there are 1 or 2 things bi o nana kuma da hukutemu. And the people of Akwatia and generally the people of Ghana, no, majority of them, that is how they feel today. The enthusiasm, no, NDC, no, they still believe in it. They still believe in the decision that John Mahama take and they are buying way. They need that confirmation that will convince them, say, Abana Yatono for the next 42 years, if we decide to stick to this party and this government, they will actually deliver. And no more I cut that piece. There's a small piece there the people are waiting for. And the NDC is not supposed to take those things for granted. Now, a woman said, Mr. Lawyer Bernard Bediakun, where we need sit, congratulations. You worked so hard. I listened to you. You are a matured politician. About when solo, any solo no kasa, you can see the gap is wide. Your maturity, your composure, how you are able to bring even people who are not NDC on board to listen to you. You have shown to say, "Oh, Akwatia, we need tia, we need bia, unyiru Akwatia, opesa obua omine." The support you needed from the party, you got it. Every member who matters in your party, they did their best to come to Akwatia to support you. Tanko, Bandi, Yamin, General Secretary, Party Chairman, all the people who matter. Jakpa Kura was there. Jakpa was in the forest. He was maintaining the peace. My own Jakpa the lion, Jakpa the originator, Jakpa the James Bond was there. It means the party did its part. And you as a candidate, you sold yourself well. You composed yourself well. The composure was good. There were a lot of people who were trying to take you off your feet for you to make reckless statements and act in a certain way. They could get some things on you to use. But in all, you were still very composed. And I really respect that. I hope in your political career, you carry on like this. But there's something I want to tell you. In the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, myself and my team, we will send correspondents to Akwatia. Complete it. That is the only thing that will make the young people in Akwatia believe in the word of the NDC and you as an MP. Akwatia believe in the word of the NDC and you as an MP.